So I'm Kruti. I'm Miss Kruti on Discord, and you see me in chat every once in a while. Dr. K and I, or Alok. I call him Alok. I hope that's okay with you guys. I can't call him Dr. K. Alok and I have been together for 17 years since 2003, or as basically we got together a week after he decided he wanted to become a monk, essentially. So he got back from India, and then we met at summer camp, and we kind of got together from there. It was maybe, I think I had just turned 18, and we've been together ever since. And I don't know, he was like a junior in college. I was just starting, and yeah, we just kind of hung out all through college. And then he was trying to get into med school, and that was, going to be a harder process given his grades. And we kind of stuck it out. I was starting to work for a startup in Austin. He moved to Boston. You guys know this story, right? He basically just moved to Boston, started knocking on doors, eventually landed something pretty great. And then we were long distance for 2 years. Then I moved to New York when the startup I was working on got acquired. And then we were Boston to New York long distance. We got engaged. We got engaged when he got into medical school, because that was my condition. I was like, you gotta know what your life is about. So then he kind of figured it out. He was like, okay, I think my life is on track now. So he basically got that letter, proposed, we got engaged, and then we got married a year later, and here we are, 9 years later with 2 kids. Still just the best man I've ever known. Okay. So first question. Zach, I'm going to be watching my phone if you want to text me or anything. So, oh, you're there? You're here? Oh, thank you. I'm so glad you're here. Okay. All right, great. So, how do you deal with parents being disapproving of your partner? For example, your parents think that they are not successful enough in terms of their career, or maybe they want them to be religious, non-religious. Okay, I think I can talk about this from personal experience, and then I'm happy to kind of offer some advice. I introduced Alok to my parents when he, was very uncertain about his future. But I always knew that he was going to do amazing things, and he was a very special person that I wanted kind of by my side no matter what, and I wanted to be there for him. So I think when my parents saw that I was confident about it, they were confident about it. And of course, as soon as they meet, like, it's very easy. If that person,
it's the color of urine.
Are you? It is.
It really does look like urine.
It smells good. But whenever they saw that I was confident about him and I was serious about him and he wasn't trying to prove anything. Cheers. They just kind of took to him instantly. So, and I think that could have gone a very different way if I was like super insecure about it and if I was like trying to get their approval about it. But if I walked in like, this is my guy. And I think that makes a difference when you're confident about your person.
We're talking about your parents?
We're talking about, what do you do when you think your parents aren't going to approve of your partner? So I was telling them that having confidence and faith in your partner first kind of helps them feel more at ease.
To be fair, your parents loved me before they knew we were dating.
They didn't know you before we were dating?
Sure they did. I was like a camp counselor at VHP.
They weren't campers. They didn't know you.
But they knew me.
They did not know you. That Kanojo Chokoro? Like, that was it.
No, I mean...
They called you Kanojo.
I was an active volunteer in an organization that they support very heavily. And
They're
then later directed the very camp that is a part of their social circle.
okay. You can think that if that's what you want to think. That's fine.
Right?
No, not right. Wrong, incorrect,
Fine.
factually incorrect. They did not know who you were.
Okay. I mean, because like, I remember I used to like, but did they know we were dating when I came to like your place and stayed for the weekend?
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, I didn't realize they. I thought I was just a friend.
Yeah, you were my friend, but like you were my friend, right? You
But
weren't like
do they know what that? I mean, I still don't understand like what exactly Indian parents read into when they, they say so and so is my friend.
right. That's what
What do you think they understand about that?
I told my dad point blank he was driving. I was like, "Dad, I'm dating this guy. His name is Alok. I really like him. I want you to meet him."
That was
That was before.
before I went to your house and stayed
Yes.
as your friend.
Yes, and he literally stopped the car. He was just driving. He just stopped the car in the middle of the road and he was like, "I don't like this." And I was like, "You will love him when you meet him."
Oh, interesting. That
And that is why they loved you. I think because
so it's not because of my unflappable charm.
no, that's why Gobble loves you. And that's why my mom loves you. That's not why my dad loves you.
Cool. Learned something today.
Yeah.
Cheers
Cheers.
to learning things
Yeah.
about your partner.
So what do you do when your mom doesn't approve of me?
My mom hasn't disapproved of you. Oddly enough, it was my dad expressed more hesitation. I think I've told you this story before.
Yeah, your dad didn't want you to be with anyone.
I don't know that it was that. It was just it was like um no, I mean I just remember like telling him that, I really liked you, and then he was like I'm not so sure about her. But then he was also like, how do you feel? And I was like, I'm sure. And just to kind of support your earlier point. So he was like, okay, well, like if you really want to go for it, then I'm behind you.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, I also remember that it was in a parked car.
Do it driving. Tell your parents while you're driving with them.
No, I mean, he wasn't disapproving. He was just like, I'm not sure that she's the one. And turned out that he was incredibly wrong. And then I think he came to, I think he just expressed some initial hesitation, which I imagine, I'm going to be far more opposed to any boyfriends that our daughters will have, or girlfriends, doesn't really matter, than either of our dads were. I'm sure.
You're sure?
Yeah. That's not
Are you laying it down?
already. And it is interesting how early I started to think about arranged marriages for our daughters, forming
Yeah.
alliances with good families.
Oh my god,
It's very
so fast. I was just jumping on that. But so my sister, though, had another kind of parade of boyfriends that like, different religious backgrounds. And she's a doctor now. So, they career wise, my parents were like anything that wasn't like, super educated was going to be a problem. So she, dated some PhDs. She dated like a tech professional.
Hotel motel owner.
No, she never went there. Um,
Hotel motel.
but then, hey, get this. She ended up marrying another psychiatrist that also trained at like one of the Harvard programs because only the best for me and my sisters. And his last name is also like a 3-syllable kind of.
So I think that the running joke is like, so you have two daughters who have now married Harvard trained psychiatrists,
Right.
and so what is the destiny of the third one? And also, what does that say about the parents?
Right. What exactly have our parents done to us?
Anyway, we probably shouldn't talk too much about them because they're not.
Yeah. No.
But anyway, so I think the question was like, what do you do with? So I think the other thing though, Kruti, is that confidence matters a lot. But I think at the end of the day, we both had parents who were like generally supportive of our pick.
Well, right? No, they were supportive of us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also like, we have similar culture, language, ethnicity, and religion.
Yeah.
So and I know that like Indian parents, like basically my understanding of like Indian culture for like parents who emigrate is there's like a pecking order in terms of
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to talk about, kind of some of these other relationships that. So I saw my parents kind of instantly take to Alok, but I also saw them really hesitant for kind of not cultural fits, right? Do you remember those,
Mm-mm.
Michael?
Oh, yeah, yeah, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
So like, I think we had it easy. So I think part of the question is like if you so let me just explain, what I think what my experience has been observing Indian parents who emigrated from India and then, their kids who grow up here basically is there's like a pecking order of acceptability, right? So like in terms of profession, there are a few professions that are like good. And if your partner is of one of the chosen professions, then your parents' approval rating is like 10 points higher. It's almost like I don't know if you guys have played like Civ or any kind of turn-based strategy games, but like diplomatic relations, if you want to form agreements with like other civilizations, there's some things that they look for, right? So the first thing is like professional acceptance. So some kind of doctoral degree serves really well, but also the high value in terms of like annual compensation. So banking, finance, medicine, law, engineering, CS is kind of moving. Well, so that's the thing, right? So like banking and finance and law and medicine are at the top, at least in terms of the Indian culture. And then like below that is like engineering and CS, and then below
Yeah.
that.
You know what my parents said when, because I think the top of the pecking order are like family run businesses that are really successful.
Oh,
Because
sure.
that's, yeah.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I think that's up there. Hotel motel.
No,
Hotel
doesn't
motel.
count.
But successfully run hotel motel,
Okay.
right? And then there are also like other pecking order things. So like once you sort out your profession, at the bottom is like someone who's like studying art, because like that's not a real thing according to Indian people or our parents. Your parents are different.
My parents are
Your
different.
parents are modern and supportive.
Yes, they are.
And also,
But
I mean,
I feel like I worked on that.
you did work on that. I worked on that too.
I think this is important. You don't have to just take your parents' values at like face value. I think you can work with them to try to bring them closer to what's important to you. Um, like, so I have two sisters, right? So my parents, traditionally Indian households, and I think a lot of, they want, they're very controlling over like dress and appearance and like modesty and stuff like that. But I think my parents were eventually like, if we wanted to be obsessed with this stuff, we would have just stayed in India and like you can like be free here. But that was like a gradual process for them to kind of realize.
I know one of the most difficult thing for your parents in terms of accepting me was my scantily clad clothing.
Yeah, dude.
When I would walk around
Yeah.
and be
You need to cover that up.
semi nude,
Yeah.
it really offended their sensibilities.
Yep.
But also landed you, so you got answer.
Super spiky.
um, but kind of going back to the question. So I think like then you kind of think about professional acceptance. You think about ethnic acceptability, and for Indian people, it's like Indian people from your state and or caste and or speak the language that you do, and then it's like Indian people from other states,
But
and then
your family is weird. Like they pay way more attention to that stuff than like the average bear.
look, I'm just okay. So maybe my take is obviously
Yeah.
sorry for burping in your face. Um, uh, is influenced by my upbringing, but
It's been burping in my face for 17 years.
and then like outside of Indian stuff, then like the most acceptable is like Caucasian people or Asian people, and then below that, I mean, honestly, I'm not trying to be racist, but I've just observed that like people have trouble in terms of like what's ethnically acceptable, and then in terms of religion preference, I think there's a strong religious preference too, like it's important, and then like people of your own religion are ranked higher than people of other religions.
Sure.
And then at least in Indian people, like probably the most acceptable, assuming that you're Hindu, because a lot of Indian people aren't, but assuming that you're Hindu, I think the most acceptable religion outside of Hinduism is Judaism for some reason. And I don't know exactly what that's about, but that's just what I've observed.
I think my parents think highly of the Zoroastrians.
Yeah, Parsis. Sure. But that's because they have a high family-owned business.
Maybe. I don't know. I think a lot of this really just doesn't matter. And I think it's one of those, for parents anyway, I think it's like a shortcut to processing like how successful they are and like what their values are. So just talk about people in terms of talk about values with your parents and make sure that they know that your guy shares your values, and the label might be a little different, but like underneath all of that, the values are the same.
What's the precise question? How do you deal with parents who
That
don't?
disapprove. Yeah.
So
But I think we go ahead.
I just want to directly kind of sum up for a second. And that's, the first question is, why do they disapprove of a particular person? So in our case, a lot of what we've seen is disapproval based on some attribute of your character sheet, right? Like what's your race, what's your ethnicity, what's your profession, what's your religion. And if that is the source of their disapproval, then I think exactly what Kruti said, right? Like, so talk to them about like, this person is not defined by these things. And I'd also explore with them, why do you think that these things are important?
Like I talk to my parents a lot about you're not defined by these things, and you talk to your mom about this
I
a
know
little
they
bit
don't
too.
understand though.
Your mom doesn't. My mom does.
Yeah,
So
I get it.
um, so if I had to like bullet it out, like talk to your parents about their values and try to get them to respect you and your kind of sense of your own value system. Second, have the conversation in a car because there's nothing else to do. You don't have to actually make eye contact. You guys can just kind of be sitting and looking off. I think that that format actually is really good.
Yeah.
Um,
That's advice that I give to people who are in marital problems, which I'll explain in a second. But
oh, interesting.
yeah,
And third is have confidence in your partner and tell your parents like, this is my person.
yeah. So I'm going to just run a little bit counter to that for a second. So I think the other thing to remember is that, so if it's not due to some kind of like ethnic, racial, religious preference on your parents' part, it could be because of who the person is, right? They may dislike the person because sometimes you date people who are assholes.
Yeah.
Right? Let's just acknowledge that. And that just because you like your relationship, I honestly think it's worth listening to your parents about why they have problems, right? And if they say like, oh, it's because he's not a Hindu, or like it's because he's not Indian,
Yeah.
then you can discount that reason. But like, stop and think and really listen to if they have concerns about the way that the person acts or the way that the person treats you or whatever. Because I know this is really hard to understand, but your parents are just higher level than you are. They've just been doing this longer than you have, and they have more experience than you're ever going to have.
Well, that's not always true. If,
Okay,
some
fair.
parents just kind of live their own life and like they know their own world, but that world isn't necessarily the same as their kids anymore.
Sure, I'm not saying that it applies one to one, but I think that oftentimes it's important to remember that your parents, have lived through relationships for literally, hopefully, more years than you have, right? And not to discount that experience. And then try to understand, like Kruti's saying, have a conversation with them about, okay, what are your concerns? And there's a decent chance that they'll have concerns which you are actually ignoring because you're like so confident. You're like, this is the person that I want. And they're like, well, really think about that, because if they aren't professionally settled, for example, and your parents have struggled with making ends meet, like they know what that feels like, and they know, so just really consider that maybe the person that you're with, their concerns are very valid, and it's not just because they're like, you know racist.
Yeah.
um
I still think you got to do the other stuff first. And then like
sure.
you just have an ongoing dialogue with your parents.
They think we're debating.
We're not debating. All right, next question. Cheers.
Cheers. There we go.
Is that better?
It's because we have two armrests that overlap. There we go.
Better?
Okay. All right. What's next? Did we do the top one?
I did the second one.
Okay. Oh, see, like this is exactly like this. So this question is, for example, your parents think they are not
We
successful.
covered this.
See, it's cool that we addressed all that without.
I read it.
Okay.
How do you approach dating someone who lacks self-worth? Don't do it. Don't do it.
Dude, you realize you're dooming all of our audience to be single for the rest of their lives if they're not willing to date people who lack self-worth.
No. No. Just fix the self-worth and then go to dating.
So you're saying engage with them and help them with their self-worth, or you're saying?
I'm saying, like, aren't alcoholics not supposed to date other alcoholics? Like recovering alcoholics? Codependency? Like stay sober together?
Sure.
I feel like self-worth, like, can be a bad codependent thing. If you're super, super, like, confident in who you are and stuff, then maybe, but I don't know. I think if people are really struggling with self-worth, it's not the right time to engage with a relationship.
You don't think I was struggling with self-worth when we met?
No, you had just done your monk thing and was like, I don't care about self-worth anymore.
What about the years and years that I didn't get into medical school and had no job, no value?
But I already knew you then. We were already committed to each other. I wouldn't have started a relationship with you in that state. Oh.
Get them while they're naive.
No, but failure is different. Failure and self-worth are different. Remember, because you were like, I could apply to Caribbean schools, but I'm better than that. You had self-worth.
I did have self-worth. That's fair. True. This kind of goes back. She's referencing there was a time. So after my second year of not getting into med school, I thought about alternate career options and decided to be bullheaded and not deviate from the goal that I had set for myself, which I guess means that I had self-worth. I mean, I wouldn't quite agree that you shouldn't not date people without self-worth, because then I think
I'm not saying don't date people without self-worth. I'm saying don't start a relationship from that space. Like I think it's more important to pull out of there. No, I'm not. Anytime you ask me, what does that mean? I'm not going.
No, I literally don't understand what we, so not start a relationship from that space. Like, I don't know what that means. Does that mean not date them? Like, what is the difference between dating someone and not starting a relationship from that space? Like, I'm just really...
Same thing.
So don't date them.
Don't start dating them.
If they have low self-worth.
Right. If you're already dating them, like, don't just bail on them.
Yeah, so I don't know if I agree with that, because I think that, like, I think that's one of the big problems, is to, like, if you're looking for, and I realize this isn't what you're saying, but I'm going to just extend it.
Go ahead.
Right? Like, if you're looking for a perfect partner, and I know that's not what you're saying, but I think a lot of people struggle with self-worth, and I think that a lot of the way that, when I've seen people who have gained self-worth, a lot of times it's through a stable relationship.
Okay.
And I think that if there's someone who doesn't have good self-worth, then it's not. So here's what I would say. First of all, it's not that you shouldn't date them. I think the reasons that you should date them is because you find them engaging, you enjoy spending time with them, you find them attractive in some way, you hopefully have some kind of future, where I'm kind of presuming that you're looking for a more long-term sort of relationship and not just a temporary thing. But I think those are the reasons. And people are going to have flaws. Like, sometimes they're going to be addicted to alcohol. Sometimes they're going to have low self-worth. Sometimes...
Age are we talking about? Because I'm talking about more like my girlfriends that are like, early 30s. And for them... Dude,
early 30s is like...
is a non-starter.
Is like grandpa's on Twitch.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. If it's like your 20s, early 20s, or your college, like, I think that's just the state of life at that point in time. So I wouldn't worry about it as much. I'm reacting more.
Yeah, so I think if you're 30.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I think good point that it depends on where you are, like, in your life and how busy you are.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think you understand who we're talking to.
I don't. How old are you guys? Can y'all just chat your ages? 25, 12, 17.
There's really 12-year-olds that are watching this? What? I don't believe. Really?
21, 25.
You guys watching boomerism.
Right.
Okay.
So for the early 20s,
That's what I was.
yeah,
Okay,
okay,
let me
right.
let me go.
It
Let me go.
helps. It helps. It
Okay.
helps. Okay.
So like here's the thing. Like so if you have someone with low self-worth, like I think you can be supportive towards them, but a couple of things to remember. The first is that you're not their therapist, right? And ultimately their journey towards gaining self-worth is not dependent on you. So you should support them absolutely, but you're not responsible for them gaining self-worth. Ultimately, like being confident in yourself as a human being comes from like in here. It doesn't come from any like no one can make you feel good about yourself, right? You have to learn how to do that on your own. And I think you should have reasonable expectations around that if you're their partner. At the same time, sometimes people unfortunately live a life where no one has appreciated their value and they've never had that kind of experience. And so the reason that they have low self worth is because no one has shown them their worth. And I think what you can take responsibility for is in like showing them their worth. Now, whether they see it or not, whether they see that you appreciate them, whether they let that respect in and let it change them is on them. But for you to treat them with respect and kind of be patient and also like so you can kind of create a supportive environment. But I think a couple months in, if their self-worth isn't changing at all, I think it's reasonable to have a conversation with them about, look, I think you're an awesome person and I don't know how to convince you of that more than I have been, and I really think you need to like think long and hard about
You're gonna
why.
glorified. Let's just think about that for a second. That's what you're gonna do.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what I always do.
Okay. No. Here. What is the
Can I
point?
finish?
No, because you're gonna end with. Let's just think about it for a second.
Well, yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go for it.
All right. So
You
what's
ruined my rhythm.
I did, and you're welcome. So the point of a relationship, in my point of view, is to be something better together. And if one person is just pulling somebody else up, that is not both of you going up, right? So if the low self-worth thing is just one person always pulling up the other person, that is not a good relationship. You guys both have to go up together. If like one person's starting here and one person's starting here and you're both going up, that's fine. But that's how I think about it.
I was actually going to get there.
Yeah.
So I think like,
My way was better though, right?
Sure.
To the point.
It is shorter.
Hand gestures.
And so I was just going to say that, you can do your part. And then like at some point you have to really have a conversation with them about, are they doing their part? And at the end of the day, you can't be responsible for bringing them up. And I completely agree with what you said about, the whole point of a relationship is that the two of you together are better than either of you on your own, and that like a good relationship allows you to like grow and change over time, and ultimately you don't end up being married to the person that you started dating or even married.
Yeah. Well, the other thing, so this is something my dad told me that I think is great advice, and I think about it frequently in our relationship. But
This guy who says no caring, absolutely. Keep going.
well, okay. So what my dad told me was that there's no such thing as being equals all the time, right? Like there is no a relationship that focuses on like just equality is kind of destined to be always in a state of argument and disagreement. But over time, you're equal, right? At any point in time, one person is going to be putting more into that relationship, right? It might be me kind of moving my life for you for medical school, and then you doing, what are you doing for me?
Yeah. So case in point. So I think the short answer is not much.
No, that's not true at all.
No, but I mean, so Kruti and I had a conversation years ago, like when I was thinking about when I got into med school. Um, we were just thinking a lot about like what we wanted to do. So this was like when I was 25, 26. So I'd been out of college for a couple of years, no job. I was doing research at Harvard, so that's something, but it hadn't really translated the way that
Right.
we thought it would. And we just had a conversation about like, okay, like, what are we going to do? Should I go to the Caribbean for medical school? and we sort of decided no because we would be apart. And then, I was in Boston, she was in Austin, had worked for an awesome startup that got acquired and then moved to New York. So then we were kind of closer, and that was actually, that was a great year. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So we did like long distance from Texas to Boston for a year or two, and then like long distance from New York to Boston. And then when I got into med school, because like she had better career opportunities in New York or like on the West Coast, and really didn't have a whole lot of options in Boston. And so basically took on paper, I guess a decent job, but frankly, a shitty job that did not help her advancement at all.
Sure.
Like a mid-level executive at like a,
Mid-level company.
like a company, like a boomer company. Did you ever save their website? Like, you remember their original website?
I do remember their
it's like
website.
some GeoCities level
Yeah.
awfulness. So just real, like, she was a mid-level executive at like a boomer company.
It was like the Dunder Mifflin of tech companies.
Great way to put it. So she just made a sacrifice and said, like, okay, if you're going to be in med school in Boston, that's the best place for you. I'll move there so that we can be together. And then the next decision point came for residency. So frankly, I did really well in med school, and was a highly sought after candidate for residency. And so we had the option to basically go wherever we wanted. And then we talked a lot about, okay, so, if you want to move to New York for your career, like I can definitely, go to Columbia or something like that.
Right.
Or Stanford or
what we
UCLA.
eventually said, right? Because at some point you have to rank, right, in this process. And that's like where your priorities really crystallize. So it was MGH1.
Well, that's what I mean.
Columbia 2.
Yes.
Come to me, right? And so we said, if you're going to do this and you're going to be the best, I will move for you. If you're not going to be the best, move for me. And I think third was like University of Hawaii. That's what I wanted you to put. Because then if you're not going to be the best, you're not going to be able to move for me. Let's just go have a good time.
It's just, I think, to kind of echo Kruti's point of like, if you're going to be equal at each step of the way, neither of you is going to get what you really achieve. And I think it's fine in a relationship for one person to sacrifice and another person to like basically have the career of their dreams. And I think it's really hard for two people to have the career of their dreams. Like, it's just not going to work. And we made that decision, and we stayed in Boston, and Kruti continued to have relatively, she had decent jobs. I think
it wasn't like my joy was not in my job.
Yeah.
It was.
Right. So you
just had to find other
So as a unit, we placed my career ahead of hers, and she's still doing that, right? Because she's CEO of Healthy Gamer, and this is my dharma, and she's just helping me out with all the things that I really am bad at. And she really runs the company, which is awesome.
So I actually went to business school to get a health sector management MBA. What I wanted to do is change the face of healthcare. I wanted to make it better. I wanted to make it more patient-centric. The more you kind of learn about the business of medicine, the yuckier it is. And so that's what I wanted my career to be. And even in healthcare, mental health is it's like, I don't know, the redheaded whatever. Like people don't care about mental health in the healthcare space. So this is actually exactly what I wanted to be doing.
I have to dispute that a little bit. I think, because I remember when you were younger, it was never revolutionized healthcare.
Not younger. When I was younger, I wanted to work at a cool tech company, but I did that.
Yeah, but something tells me that if we had placed your career, if we had given you your choice in, let's say, like back in 2008, 2010, and 2014, you would not be in the healthcare space.
No, I would be in the media and music space.
Absolutely. Which is what you truly love. So I really appreciate that, you found something, a calling within this, but like, I don't ever want to.
This is cool because this is healthcare, but this is media.
Yeah, cool. You made it work, but like, just because you made it work and you found something that you find fulfilling doesn't mean that years ago you essentially made a sacrifice of your career for my sake.
Right, but that's the whole point of this, right? Like, I sacrificed, you sacrificed, and here we are, and we're better for it. And yeah. I think we never begrudged each other like the opportunity to do what was best for that person. Right? Okay, next question.
Okay.
Quit typing divorce.
It's going to take more than that to chat.
Seriously. You don't even know the shit he's pulled.
Okay, not really an advice question, but are humans supposed to be monogamous? On a similar note, Can relationships last a lifetime, or how to make a relationship last a lifetime? Great question.
Ours is supposed to last 7, right?
Supposedly.
Yeah. Monogamous. I I don't have a strong opinion on this one.
I don't either. So I think it depends on what you want. Okay. So, like, here's my thought. Like, if you want to build a life with someone, I'll put it this way. So, we care about each other a lot. We love each other a lot. And even when you are just dealing with one person's emotions, needs, planning careers, for example, like, we're building a life together.
Right.
It's hard enough with two people. There's a lot of sacrifice. I think our relationship is worth it, for lack of a better term. And that's, I can't imagine trying to plan a decade or 2 decades of my life or raising children and trying to navigate like differences in terms of what they eat and what religious stuff we do and all that kind of stuff with more than two people. Like, it's hard enough with two people, plus the two people's parents and families and all that crap, right? So, because a relationship isn't just about two people, it's about all the people that they bring.
Yeah, so I guess that's also like what is the point of your relationship? If it's just to have sex, have fun.
So exactly. So if you're trying to build a life with someone, and what I really appreciate about Kruti is that, like, she's in my corner, right? And I'm in her corner, and that's not going to change. And there's no split. Like, if we were not in a monogamous relationship and there was a third person involved or fourth person involved, like, my loyalties, I don't know how I can be equally loyal to more than one person, right? There's like a pecking. Well, let me think about it, because you can do that, right? Because we're equally loyal to our kids.
Not at the same time, right? When they're fighting over something, like one of them wins.
Yeah, but on a given case. But I think over the course of their life, you can be equally loyal to two people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So
at the moment, right?
yeah,
You can divide your loyalties.
I can't, so I can think about that in terms of kids, and I can say that I can love my kids the same and essentially treat them equally and be equally loyal to them and not put one over the other. So in theory, I guess that's possible in a romantic relationship too, that you could be dating or in a relationship with two people. And since you can do it with kids, maybe you can do it
with a lot of people in non-monogamous relationships, right?
Yeah, I've never seen a non-monogamous relationship that ended up with everyone being happy. I'm not saying it isn't possible. I've worked with maybe a dozen people, and and when I mean happy, I mean like in the way that, like, if they're building a life together.
I'll say I think I'm one of the happiest married people I know, and I don't think I would be this happy in in a non-monogamous.
Good job, Dr. K. So, but I think it goes back to what Kruti's saying. It's like, what are you interested in your relationship? If you're not interested in planning your life together with someone, and then I think, like, like, there are benefits of not being in a monogamous relationship. There's more, like, I imagine, sexual variety, right?
Right.
And other things like that. Like, but I just don't know. Like, I can't wrap my head around, which doesn't mean it isn't possible. It's just literally I've had no experience with this. I can't wrap my head around, like, let's say you've got four people who are in a polyamorous relationship. How do you guys pay taxes? Like, how do you manage, like, if one person works and one person is a student, or two people are students, like, how do you guys manage, like, who earns money for who?
You asking for a friend?
No, I'm just, I like literally, I don't, because it's like easy, right? Like, when you're getting your MBA, like, we know where that money's coming from. It's like no big deal. Mostly from them, because she got a scholarship, because she's awesome.
Thanks, Hal.
But so it's simple, right? Like, the two people are a unit, and like, I don't know how, like, taxes and resource distribution works. Like, what if one person?
Because you
Like,
don't know how taxes work, but like that's
no, but like, so like, I want to get a tandoor, right? And this gets
Can you guys please tell him this is a bad idea?
No, tandoor is a good idea. Look, they're donating. They want me to have a tandoor. See,
for the barbecue stream.
Yeah.
You just want to see tandoor chef Alok.
A tandoor is a clay oven that's used to make Indian food.
It's really hot. It gets really hot, and it's like a tunnel. So you gotta like
That's cool.
stick
Anyway,
your arm in there.
so my point is like I don't know how like so in terms of like purchases, we just have to butt heads, and there are two people butting heads. I don't know how that even happens.
Do you think the question was, do you think people are meant to be monogamous? I think they are, just biologically. Like you don't want to have
No,
those.
I don't think they're meant to be like meant on what level biologically. Like no, I mean there's if you look at mammals across if you look at the mammalian kingdom, like monogamy is not very common.
I
Like
don't know anything about. Fine,
but
whatever.
so I think are they meant for monogamy? Like I don't know. I don't know how to
I'm
answer
thinking
that.
about penguins. I'm thinking about penguins, where like monogamous penguins, like they have.
Here's what I'd say. Like I don't think you guys should base your personal life and choices on what human beings are meant for.
This is also true. I think that's why maybe I'm
Like
having a hard time
I
with
don't
this question. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Just do what you want. Do what's best for you.
yeah, I think I agree. Right? So like just think about what is it that you want and then do that. Like if human beings aren't meant like we weren't meant to walk on the moon, but like it's pretty cool that we did. We weren't meant to fly, but it's pretty cool that we did. We weren't meant to do all kinds of things. And we do them anyway. And like human beings are better because of it, right? And
It's
so
the
maybe we're not
funnest stuff to do too.
yeah,
Stuff
and
that we're not
I don't
meant
know
to do.
that we were meant to be monogamous, but I think certainly some people are better off because they are. I understand that it's not for everyone, right? So people are different. So just think about what you want, and if you want to be in a relationship with multiple people. Last thing that I'd say is that if you're curious about it, try it for a while, and then see what happens. And yeah, we weren't meant to eat gluten, apparently. Okay.
Dwarf wheat.
Um,
My boyfriend and I have worked so hard.
yeah. Let's. Why don't you read it out loud?
My boyfriend and I have worked so hard to keep our relationship. We have been together for 4 years and 9 months. I love him very much, but I just want to hang out with my sisters. One time, I did not invite him to a family gathering because I just wanted to be with my sisters. My sisters also do not like him because he did not allow me to go on a vacation with them. He was very upset, so I stopped seeing my family. How do you deal with issues between your significant other and family? In my ethnic minority culture, Asian American, as a woman, I am supposed to no longer associate with my maternal family, but I don't care. I love them very much.
Great question.
Yeah. I mean, I I have sisters too, so I can't imagine that struggle. That sounds really awful. But the best vacation, one of the best vacations was when you came with me and my sisters to Belize.
Yeah, it was a
That
great
was really
vacation.
fun.
It's fun to go on vacation where you have a dude to carry all your bags around and pitch your tents while you guys are swimming.
Try that.
It really is fun. I enjoyed
Try
it.
that.
So, I'm not kidding. It was fun to
Listen, your sisters are the people
like I do think it's fun to be like one dude traveling with women. It's kind of a surreal and fun experience.
that
And
was so fun.
yeah, you kind of get shit on in some ways, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Just enjoy it for what it is.
But if your sisters don't like your guy, there's probably a reason for that. So I would think about it for a second.
Yeah, so I know that like a lot of, Reddit in the internet says yikes, dump them. But like you guys have to understand, bad things between bad things or disagreements or assholery happens between people in relationships all the time. And if you dump at the first sign of assholery or even the second sign of assholery or the third sign of assholery, I think you're going to be, moving around a lot. So I think like this, like what you need to do is like I know I'm going to say my standard line in a complicated way, but just have a conversation with your boyfriend about like, why does he feel the need to be so controlling? Can he understand that? Is he just accepting your cultural values, or can he accept that you have desires that don't have to adhere to cultural values? And I think like, let me just look at what this exactly says.
Definitely don't feel any
I love him
pressure
very
to
much, but
from your
I just
family.
want to hang out with my sisters. So one time I did not invite him to a family gathering because I wanted to be with my sisters, and I'm assuming that he was upset there. That's not said, but um, and so I think the issue here is like this is what you guys have to remember in a relationship, right? So at the end of the day, I think what you've got to think about is, does this person put your interests above everything else? And if they do, then I think you should stay in the relationship. If they don't, then I think you should reconsider, right? So he may have very good reasons for him to not want you to hang out with your sisters because he was culturally raised in a particular tradition. So he was given like a rule book about what's right and wrong. And even the idea of placing your spouse at the top of the list is actually a foreign idea in most of like South and East Asian culture. So in South and East Asian culture, the family unit is more important than an individual. And I know that in America, we place individuals like rights above everyone else's rights. Like my right to not wear a mask because it makes me upset is greater than the right for other people to be healthy and safe. Right. So we place individual rights above everything else. And then people get upset at them. But like stop and think for a second. Right? Think for a second. And like in Eastern and South Asian culture, a lot of your partner depends upon your family as a whole. So like the unit that they look at is the family as a whole. And I don't think that looking at the community over an individual is the wrong thing. I don't think that looking at an individual over a community is the wrong thing. It's just you've got to figure out like what you guys are on the same page about, right?
It sounds to me that your sisters don't like him. And there's probably a good reason why they don't like him. So I would have that conversation with your sisters too.
Yeah, good point. I mean, I think at the end of the day, this is what last thing I'll say is that we've been together for 4 years and 9 months. Don't fall into the trap that a relationship is worth like a bad relationship is worth propagating just because you invested a lot of time into it.
Yeah, don't throw your good time after the bad time.
Right? Don't throw good money after bad money. And just because you tried to make it work for a while doesn't mean that you can't walk away. And like that statement actually worries me more.
Yeah.
So let's just unpack at this. My boyfriend and I have worked so hard to keep our relationship.
Yeah.
We have been together for 4 years and 9 months. Those are the first two sentences. Right? So the first idea is that like there's nothing positive in those two sentences. It sounds like the two of you have been struggling to keep together something that may not be worth keeping together. Right? We love each other very much. And this is the other thing is people think relationships are about love. I think love is like really, really important. And at the same time, a healthy long-term relationship has way more to do than love. It's about sacrifice and aligning incentives and listening and you know all this other kind of crap. So just think about that. Yeah. So Elman Dreda says you can love someone and not be suited to be together. Completely true.
Drina, she's been with us for like, I remember chatting with her in like October. Hi, Almondrina.
Dropping the knowledge bombs as usual. Okay. Okay. Um, in the last few months, I have hung out quite a lot with a girl I'm crushing on and some mutual friends of ours, some new and some I knew since before. 2 weeks ago, I finally worked up the courage to ask her out. She said she likes me as a friend, but nothing more. I've accepted that and started to let go of the thought, expectation, hope of a relationship, though I still like her a lot, obviously. Question is, where do I go from here? We have seen each other a couple times since, and I like being with her and our friends, and I can be more relaxed now that I know that she's not interested, but it feels pretty awkward at times, and I'm not sure she actually wants me around. I want to talk to her about that and clear the air, but I'm not sure how to do that. I'm quite socially anxious, and she's pretty shy too, and I'm afraid it will just make things worse. Any advice about that or the situation in general would be greatly appreciated. In case anyone wonders, I'm in Sweden and we're a lot more chill about the pandemic than many other countries, which is why I've been able to see her recently. That's how you know that someone is anxious about what people think about them.
Right.
When they place disclaimers on Reddit posts. Thoughts?
Kind of do. So essentially, he likes this girl. They've been hanging out. He asks her out. She says, no, we're just friends. And he wants to know where to go from there.
Mm-hmm.
You're the guy. I can tell you what I think from, assuming this is like a heterosexual thing. I can tell you what I think the girl is thinking.
What's the girl think?
The girl's thinking she probably likes somebody else, and she's probably pissed that she can't engage in a flirtation harmlessly anymore. She's lost like that sense of like, oh, I can't just like hang out with him because like I know he likes me and it's kind of fun to have somebody that likes you, but now he's said that he likes me, so now I can't do that anymore. So part of that fun is gone.
I don't know if that's what she's thinking, because if she's pretty socially anxious, usually women who are socially anxious,
She's socially anxious.
yeah. So usually they don't, engage in harmless flirtation for the point of harmless flirtation. Usually.
Who engages with
in harmless flirtation?
Yeah.
Confident women.
They do that.
Twitch chat, what do you think?
You. What was that?
I don't know. I'm not a woman. So this is why you guys have two different perspectives.
You engage in a harmless flirtation?
Yes. I'm a confident woman.
Clearly.
I don't know. You make that sound as if...
But I think non-confident women engage in flirtation. Maybe it's not harmless. Maybe that's where this divides out. It sounds like...
I think there's a question, is there a such thing as harmless flirtation?
Now it's not harmless.
I think the problem is that maybe harmless flirtation is not harmless.
It's an oxymoron. Think
about that. Although I do admit that when I flirt with a 70-year-old nurse in the hospital, I should hope that that's harmless. And I don't flirt, I'm charming. There's a difference.
What's the difference?
I'm going to have to think about it.
You are.
There is. Maybe charming is... Yeah, I'm going to have to think about it. That's a good question. Stay tuned. So here's what I think. So the first thing is, we have seen each other a couple of times since I like being with her and our friends, and I can be more relaxed now that I know she's not interested. But it feels pretty awkward at times, and I'm not sure she actually wants me around. So this is where you need to stop.
Yeah, I agree. Because
whether she wants you around or not is not your fucking problem.
Agree.
Right? Like you should, if she's a friend or an acquaintance of yours, putting her thoughts and feelings above yours is a mistake. You make sacrifices for the people that deserve your sacrifice. So if you're in a relationship, by all means, put her thoughts and feelings above your own. But if you're not in a relationship with her, if she's awkward, if she feels awkward because you're around, that's on her. It's not on you. You're not responsible for that, right? Like, number one. Okay.
Go back to the thing. So it's going to feel awkward for a little while, but that's going to pass. But if you try to like take some sort of overcorrective thing where you're like, oh, I don't think she wants me around, so now I'm not going to be around. Every time you are around, it's going to be awkward. So I would say just push through the awkwardness. And I think you'll come out the end.
The other thing to think about here, so I'm going to read this out, okay? I can be more relaxed now that I know she's not interested, but it feels pretty awkward at times, and I'm not sure she actually wants me around. I want to talk to her about that and clear the air, but I'm not sure how to do that. I'm quite socially anxious, and she's pretty shy too. Okay, guys, lesson time. If you're socially anxious, chances are that your brain is misinterpreting what's actually going on. So this whole idea that, but it feels pretty awkward and I'm not sure she actually wants me around, that thought is being produced by the busted part of your head that is social anxiety. Do not act based on what your social anxiety tells you. right? That's what kind of fucks you over even more. So, like, if you're socially anxious, recognize that what your mind is going to tell you to do is based on things that may not be factually correct. You're like, I want to clear the air because I feel weird. Well, okay, so just feel weird for a while and recognize that you may not need to clear the air.
Don't clear the air, please. It's
No,
just going to get worse.
yeah. So most of the time, I'm a fan of having conversations. This is one of the times where, look, you told her you liked her. She says she's not interested. You're like, cool. And
Do
then
5-minute rule?
keep going for 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do that. So like just give it a couple more days before you do anything.
Yeah. So, I was just thinking that's a funny rule for like sex. But the rule had to be was actually like for when we were looking for something, like don't give up looking, just like look for 5 more minutes and inevitably you're gonna find it. And I think that the rule really does apply here. Just like give it some more time and then see where you are. Like don't make a choice or an action now and then just, give it some more time. But I'd also say like, if you're prioritizing her feelings above your own, that's, that you start to deviate away from that emotional investment and see what else is out there.
Mm-hmm.
More? You want to get it or you want me to get it? Okay. I mean, this one has to.
Do you want to switch?
Sure, I put a Coke in the freezer if you want to get gin and Coke. Yeah.
Do you want lime?
Please. Thanks, hon.
You're welcome.
Okay, so let's just read a couple of comments. So I was basically in the same situation you are. I would also like to hear what Dr. K says, but what I've learned is that you really don't go anywhere. It feels unsatisfactory, which is expected because you were attracted. And now you don't know what to do with this attraction, even though you know it's not possible. So you just treat her like one of the bros. That is fantastic advice. So let me explain something to you guys. Reddit is full of wisdom. Like I learned so much from Reddit. And yeah, it's like, that's good advice. Treat her like one of the bros. It's good. Like that. Remember that not everything has to be a complicated psychological analysis. Sometimes you can just treat them like one of the bros. Okay. All right. So, so one is, how do I keep my son from falling down the same hole that many other gaming addicted kids find themselves? I want him to enjoy gaming, but I also don't want it to totally consume him. Is moderating screen time and getting him outside enough? Okay, well, for relationships, so we'll wait for Mrs. K to get back for this one. So that we're gonna steer clear, I think, of the son, the parent. Well, maybe we'll answer it. Okay, I'm gonna move on. There's another question from this person too. Okay. Is it ever correct to contact an ex who is currently in a happy relationship, but you are still in love with? Or should you generally respect the situation and move on, asking for a friend? You should respect the situation and move on. It's pretty simple. And I think like, why are you contacting them? To tell them that you have feelings? Like, just move on. I mean, so remember that a big goal of, or a big point of our stream is that you can't just do anything. So I think you should, work on that. Work on why you feel so attached to this person. Work on why you can't move on. Work because you can't just move on. And think a little bit about what are your exposures, because here's the thing, it's hard to move on from loving someone if there isn't someone else to love. So competing interest is very important. Like, if just saying no isn't as good as like offering an alternative. So you have to have something else for, your brain and your oxytocin and your loins to get into, and then it's easier to move on. So that one was easy. Okay. Okay, we've got a couple others. Okay, let's go. No. Okay. Um, Hi, Dr. K. How do you decide that it's best to end a relationship? My girlfriend and I are basically polar opposites of each other in almost every way possible. As a result, our relationship has been a lot of ups and downs throughout the years and has left us wondering if we actually are the right fit for each other. It also feels like the spark has kind of died down and we don't get excited for each other's company as often as we used to. As a result, we have often discussed if we would not be better off breaking up. Yet we always conclude that we still love each other too much and that breaking up would feel like losing our closest friend. Basically, we're scared of staying together and not being the right fit for each other, but we're also scared of breaking up while we still love each other and enjoy being together. Any advice? Ooh, this is a hard one. Um, Hi, Dr. K. How do you decide that it's best to end a relationship?
Ooh.
Uh, my girlfriend and I are basically polar opposites of each other in almost every possible way. As a result, our relationship has seen a lot of ups and downs throughout the years and has left us wondering if we actually are the right fit for each other. It also feels like the spark has kind of died down and we don't get for each other's company as often as we used to. As a result, we have often discussed if we would not be better off breaking up. Yet we always conclude that we still love each other too much and that breaking up would feel like losing our closest friend. Basically, we're scared of staying together and not being the right fit for each other, but we're also scared of breaking up while we still love each other and enjoy being together. Any advice? Hmm.
I mean, it sounds like you guys are open to trying breaking up and also trying staying together. So I would just run an experiment. Like, can you be friends?
Saved. What's wrong? Is something okay? Yeah, I mean, my thought here is that the reason that you guys are staying together isn't out of love, it's out of fear. So you guys are afraid that you're not right for each other, but just listen to this. Yet we always conclude that we still love each other too much. Right? What does that mean to love each other too much? Like too like that's a weird like I know people use it a lot, but it's a weird combination of words. So it sounds to me like you're afraid of being alone.
It sounds like they don't want to hurt each other.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think they're afraid of being apart because they're kind of codependent. And so I think the issue here is that are you guys staying together out of fear of potentially throwing something away? Because it sounds like you make a pretty strong case for breaking up. Are basically polar opposites of each other in almost every possible way.
I don't think that in itself is.
I agree. We're polar opposites. Um, yeah, I mean, I think it's a question of what do you want from your relationship, right? Like, is this a person that you want to build your life with? And I'm presuming that these people are monogamous. But if this is the person, can you build a life with them? Because I don't think love is enough. Not to say that you guys should be similar. Like Kruthi and I are like polar opposites in tons and tons and tons of ways. But that can be complementary, like what we do with Healthy Gamer actually, because she's really good at a lot of stuff that I'm really bad at, and I'm really good at a lot of stuff that she's really bad at. So polar opposites, I think, can be good. Like you don't need, you don't want to have a party of like all fighters. You like a fighter and a healer. Like that's how it works, right? I'm the lover. It's a lover. So
You are the lover.
so
You're a good
yeah,
lover.
does that answer right? So you think they should stay together, break up?
I think they should just break up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you should really explore why you're not breaking up. Is it out of love or is it out of fear? It sounds to me like it's out of fear. And
Yeah,
that fear is not a good reason to stay in a relationship. Oh, this is a good one. At what point in a relationship do I tell my significant other some of the mental issues I've recovered from? For example, I went through a few episodes of psychosis, but it's been 1 year since my last psychosis experience. I put in a ton of work into myself and feel stronger mentally and physically because of the mental and physical effort I put into myself. Yet I don't want to scare off a potential partner by telling them, yeah, I was diagnosed with psychosis once. You okay with that? I can imagine a scenario where the other person who hasn't known me all that long thinks to themselves, wow, this guy was legit crazy. See, I want to avoid that scenario, but also be honest. What do you think? I can take this one.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think, you know, the point at which you guys are like thinking about a serious relationship, you should definitely tell them. So,
No, I think before that.
okay. So you answer.
Go ahead. Let me disagree with you thoroughly.
Okay. So I think that a couple of things to remember. Okay. The first is that you have to remember that her knowing about your psychosis is also important for your health, right? So you have to remember that if you're psychotic once, it may happen again. And oftentimes, a partner or spouse is one of the most protective things that someone needs to prevent from becoming psychotic or getting treatment for psychosis. Like, I cannot express how grateful I am to the partners of my patients who have experienced psychosis. Because when I get a call from like their partner or child and they're like, hey, you know, so and so is not doing well, I'm like, thank you for calling. Let's take care of it. And because they're involved in that treatment, the person is not struggling with their illness on their own. So the first thing that you've got to remember is that, like, you know, you want your partner to know for your benefit. Now, could she run away because there's a stigma around psychosis and may she peace out? Absolutely. And if she does that, then like that's not someone that you're going to want to be in a relationship with anyway. Right? Like, you want someone who's going to accept and support you. Like, I don't think you should say it after the first date, but like, you know, when you guys are like dating and you're like actually dating or you're going exclusive or something like that, like I think somewhere around there is like when you tell them, hey, by the way, this happened to me for a while. I feel really good about it now. You know, I know a lot of people are not comfortable with that. And if you're not comfortable with that, we can stop seeing each other. But it's a part of, you know, what happened to me. It's an aspect of my health, and I care about you. I value this relationship, and so I'd like you to know. And if you have concerns about it, I'm
Can
happy
you
to talk.
define what psychosis is? An episode of psychosis?
Sure. So psychosis is when our perception of reality doesn't really match with reality. And generally speaking, frank psychosis involves three categories: hallucinations, delusions, or paranoia. So to see things that other people don't see, to hear things that other people don't hear, to really think that you're being watched or in danger, or to have a fixed belief about something that isn't really true.
So if he has not had an episode of psychosis for 1 year, is there any way to know or guess like how often that might happen in the future?
No, there's not. So here's the thing to remember about psychosis: psychosis is not a diagnosis, it's a symptom,
Hmm.
right? So, like, let me put it to you this way: a year ago, I spent a few days sneezing. Like, do you know when I'm going to sneeze again?
I do.
I mean, the issue is, why were you sneezing, right? So there are many causes of psychosis. So the most common thought, you know, cause of psychosis is like schizophrenia, which is a psychotic disorder where people will have psychotic symptoms. But other things that can make you psychosis are marijuana. So like the question is, was that person smoking pot? Are they still smoking pot? Because it may not be any kind of illness that they have, it just may be drug induced. So drug induced psychosis is very common. Intense periods of stress or trauma can also cause psychotic symptoms. It doesn't even mean that you have an illness or a diagnosis. It's just sometimes, you know, the brain sort of flips out. Other causes of psychosis or psychotic-like experiences include intense meditation.
Okay,
So,
we're not going to talk about that right now. So
yeah.
I think this is something that you don't say as like, hey, I really need to tell you something and make this conversation all about like a confession of like, I've been hiding this from you and I need to tell you about this time a year ago. Because all sorts of people have things that what?
I'm just reading to a chat.
They're funny.
Yeah.
I like them. Um, But I think people kind of make this mistake a lot where like they kind of put their past as something that they have to confess and they make it like a really serious thing. And I think that needs to be more of a dialogue where like I I would say something more like, you know, have you ever had a moment where, you know, you thought somebody was watching you or something like that? And like you can like talk about something kind of more middle ground about it and like reveal parts of your history. I don't think you have to just dump your like deepest, darkest secret in one big confession on somebody, because that feels more like a take it or leave it. You're forcing that other person to either accept all of it or want nothing to do with it. You need to give people, this is what I found in any relationship, you need to give people a way to say yes. So you need to tell them, like, this is something I'm working on. So far, I'm doing okay. Are you comfortable with like seeing where this goes? I think small steps, small buy in along the way is better than one big confession.
Um, yeah. Okay. There was a question over here about residency. Um, okay. So let's do this one. And then we'll move to Twitter after this. We'll take a quick break and move to Twitter. My girlfriend is incredibly emotionally intelligent and also very on top of her responsibilities and habits. As someone who is behind in these regards, how can I feel less like the weak link in our relationship? I'm working on developing these traits, but in the meantime, I feel like I'm dragging the relationship down despite her telling me that I'm doing fine as long as I'm still working on myself.
Don't compare yourself to each other. That's a bad way to go.
Mhm. Um, so yeah, I agree, right? So like Kruti and I had a similar period where she was like earning and a functional human being, and I was like struggling to get into medical school. And I think that okay.
I always knew you were going to be there.
Yeah, so but I think that so that's what you know, right? And that's exactly what his girlfriend is telling him, right? So you're saying basically this sentence. I feel like I'm dragging the relationship down despite her telling me that I'm doing fine as long as I'm working on myself.
Listen to her.
Yeah, so I think the perspective, this person is asking for my perspective because I've been closer to that situation than you have.
Tell him to listen to her.
No, I mean, that's not sufficient.
Go ahead.
So I'm a little bit concerned with how disrespectful you are to me on stream.
Okay.
What do you think about that? I'm serious.
Um, okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Tell me more.
So, like when you say go ahead, it implies that you're giving me permission to speak.
Oh, that's because we were both talking, and then I was saying, "You can talk." Like
You
I'm
can talk.
right, and I will stop talking.
So, when you say like you can talk, that implies permission.
What should I say?
Um, I think maybe you should, if, yeah, I think it should be a little bit more like if I'm speaking, you should ask me if you want to interrupt to begin with,
Okay.
right? Instead of
Yeah.
just, got me?
I got you.
We good?
We're good.
Okay. So just thinking about that for a second. So like I think that person is not going to feel confident because and that's okay. And I think like we were in that same situation and Kruti felt confident in me. And I think Kruti was spot on that comparison is not healthy in a relationship. The whole point of a relationship is not that you guys are in the same space, right? Like y'all are each going to grow at your own pace. And if she supports you, listen to her.
I agree. Listen to her.
Okay. What do you think about us having that little exchange on Twitch?
I think it freaks the kids out when mom and dad fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that I was thinking about whether I wanted to say that or not, and then ultimately decided since that's actually how we do communicate, I
Yeah.
think it's fine to
Yeah.
let people know when you're feeling a certain way.
Yeah. I agree. Don't be scared. It's fine. I think telling each other in the moment is way better than being like,
than stewing.
4 hours ago you did this and
And
that
it hurt my
you know,
feelings.
don't do that.
Right? So like if someone does something that bothers you, you let them know then and there, even if it's awkward and it scares the children a little bit. And it can feel awkward for both of us, but now we're fine. We're good. And then we talk about it. We feel better.
Is it okay if I go like this when you say let's just think for a second?
Sure.
Okay.
You can continue to mock me. I just felt slightly disrespected. And maybe it's because Twitch chat was calling me a beta cuck.
Y'all, come on.
No, it's okay. I mean, they can call me a beta cuck. It's just if I feel disrespected, then I'll tell you.
What does that mean exactly?
A beta, it basically like they're saying I'm whipped.
Okay.
Right. So.
Okay.
Am I whipped? What do you think?
I don't think that's a thing. I don't think a given, I mean, that's the thing. Like sometimes you're going to be more dominant and I'm going to back down. Sometimes I'm going to be more dominant and you back down, right? Like it's never always equal.
Okay. Let's do one more and then move to Twitter.
Why just one more? Whatever.
I mean, we have a bunch of questions, but
yeah.
So there's another Asian one with traditional family values. Okay. So hello, Dr. K and Mrs. K. I have a question about finding people to date. I've been single for 6+ years and have only went on a few dates with girls that ended up choosing someone else or ghosting me completely. My question is, can you give any strategy to finding people that might click with you, or is it as simple as just rolling the dice over and over until something works? Thank you. Any thoughts about that?
I am not good with the where to meet people things because we met so young.
Yeah, so I have a little bit more insight into this because I, deal with a lot of people who have this problem. So my understanding is that, so first of all, we're not really good at dating advice because we haven't dated in over, 15 years. So we're good at relationship stuff because that we do on a daily basis, as you guys have seen. And looks like we have come on in, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. No. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there is 2 Avi brothers. That's right. There's
Avi baby.
Yep. There's one Avi baby and there's another Avi baby. Avi, who do you like more? Do you like Mama more or Dada more? Good answer. See, she's smart. She said her uncle. See, kids are smart. You gotta test them from time to time. She knows how to answer. Smart kid. This is her on spot on Twitch. She handled herself well.
She did.
But so here's my understanding. I think the dating world, unfortunately, has become a lot more of like rolling the dice over and over and over and over and over again. And it's a function of like, I don't know why or how this has happened, but unfortunately, I think that that's true. A couple of things that I would think about is like, so I know a lot of people, use apps like Tinder and Bumble and whatnot. But one thing to just think about is like, I would put yourself in situations where you can meet people like more than once without any pressure. So, like, if you do certain kinds of activities where other people show up, it kind of goes back to this like recipe of friendship that I've talked about in some of my videos where you want to have unplanned, frequent interactions. So like, there's no pressure. So like, if you think about a class, like you show up there, the girl shows up there, you guys are there like 3 days a week or every day or whatever, you run into each other over and over and over and over and over and over again. So it gives you a chance to kind of feel each other out. And then you also should have common cause, like that helps. So, if you're in a class together and you guys have to study together, whatever, you can ask her, hey, do you want to study sometime? So I think in terms of meeting people, like going to activities where you can run into the same person over and over and over again is kind of like a good way to meet people because it sort of takes the pressure off. You can kind of feel them out. It's not so much about like texting and ghosting and all this kind of crap because that's not like a normal human interaction. It's becoming the standard. But it's psychologically like very, very like damaging to, be texting people and they don't respond, and then like you have to text like 15 people, and the reason they don't respond to you is because they're texting 15 people, and so it just seems really fucking toxic to me. But that's just how dating works nowadays. So get some support around it, I guess, is my answer, and try to
just get out into the world more. Like I understand that we're all kind of shut in right now, but just go out, do stuff. Whether it's like physical fitness stuff or just like trying new restaurants or whatever. I also think events are a good place to meet people.
Deets36 asks the question, how do I find MILFs? That's the one question we're going to take from chat.
It's not like I would know. Why? Yoga class. Probably. Actually, go to 2 p.m. yoga classes. That's where we are. Yes.
2 p.m. yoga classes, yeah.
I'm saying
You assumed you were me. Yeah. It's a good assumption. It's fair. It's fair. I was going to say something that's a little bit risque.
Go ahead, and then we can have
I was just going to say, like, I agree that... Yeah, so let me know if you feel disrespected.
Oh, okay.
So I was just saying that, I agree. I think you are a MILF, which is where she came from. Because she's the younger one, get it?
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
You feel disrespected?
No, I'm fine.
Yeah. Okay, Abby. Should we go? Okay, let's take a quick break. And then we'll move to Twitter. Okay? Can you say bye? No?
Can you tell people love is real?
Abby, do you think daddy loves mommy? Yeah? Does mommy love daddy? Yeah. Does mommy love daddy more or daddy loves mommy more?
Daddy loves mommy
more. Yeah, daddy loves mommy more. Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Oh, I don't think so. Oh.
Okay.
Come. We're taking a break?
Yeah, go. Take her. We have to take her.
I'm taking a break.
Sure. Okay. Oh, daddy's taking you. Okay, well, I'm taking a break then. Okay, come on. Come here. Come here.
All right, Zach, what are we doing? Okay. Melanie's watching. So you want me? Where do I find the Twitter questions? Okay, great. Thank you. Wow, this is so cool. You guys are some brave souls putting it all out there on Twitter. All right, I've got the Twitters on.
The Twitters?
Yeah.
Do you want coffee, by the way?
I will want coffee.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Can I have my drink?
Yes.
And I will have the other one.
Okay.
Ugh.
It's just beer.
I detest alcohol. Foul.
One would
Foul
never
word.
know.
Okay, how are we doing this?
This one looks really long from Prithvi. Do you want to try this one? Dota Way of Life, so probably do this.
Well, Prithvi means earth, right?
Right.
That's pretty cool.
Alok means this world.
This plane of existence.
Where should...
Okay. So, hi, Ms. K and Dr. K, Mrs. K. The usual complaint about me from my girlfriend.
So he's a 23-year-old male.
With dating a 22-year-old male during her PMS mood swings is that I don't do anything bad, but I don't do anything good either.
Oh.
She expects me to do good to ease her situation, be a support when I try. I either
end up taking all of the blame and apologizing the whole day, or I fight her back, which doesn't happen nowadays. Apart from that phase, we are perfect and we both know it. I'm a Vata dominant INTP and she's a Pitta dominant ESFP. I understand it's fine to have a few arguments and disagreements, but is there any way I can make her days better during the rough phases, which he's attributing to PMS, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think it's important that you and her are both on the same page about whether or not this is PMS. Because that sounds a little, I don't know. I don't know that I would just blame this all on her hormones and that there's nothing real to it.
Yeah, I kind of second that. I think the first thing to remember is that just because someone blames you doesn't mean that you need to apologize. So her being in a bad mood, let's assume for a moment, because he characterizes it as PMS, and it sounds like
Okay.
So I'm
We're going to have to talk about that separately.
Yeah, agreed. Let's just accept the premise of this. And there's some, the way he's framing it, he says she expects me to do good to ease her situation, be a support, right? So it sounds like they've talked about it, and that's kind of the presumption. Of course, this is just a one-sided characterization. And I agree with what you said in a second, and I'll get to that. But I think the first thing is just because someone is pissed at you doesn't mean that you need to apologize. Right? So if you genuinely, if you ask them what you did wrong and they say it, and then if it's something weird and nebulous and like you don't think that you did that, I don't think you should apologize. And just because you're a Vata dominant INTP and she's a Pitta dominant ESFP, she's going to push you into places that you feel like apologizing. But if you genuinely didn't do something wrong, I don't think you should apologize. And apart from that phase, we are perfect and we both know it. So that makes me question. So that, oddly enough, makes me question more than the PMS comment, because I don't think that. So I think what PMS does is amplifies what's there. Yeah. It doesn't just make new problems. So I think that you guys should talk a little bit about what kinds of conflicts and feelings arise outside of PMS, because PMS may make them feel more exacerbated. The last thing is you can't make her feel a certain way, right? Like you can't control, we don't have switches to control other humans' feelings. So, but she can expect you to do certain things to ease her situation. And then if you kind of both agree, you're like, hey, I understand this time is hard for you. Like, what do you want me to do? And then you do those things. And then if she feels upset about it, then she should articulate why she's upset. And then you guys should be able to have some kind of even agreement to disagree about whether you did or didn't do those things. And then I'd also say that you shouldn't talk about it at that moment. There are advantages to talking about things in the moment. And there are also advantages to talking about things when everything is calm.
Right.
When both of you guys are level-headed and no one is emotionally activated, so that you can think more clearly. What do you think?
It sounds like he's kind of the punching bag. He's an INTP Vata. She's a Pitta ESFP. What's N and S?
Sensing, intuitive.
FP.
Feeling, perceiving.
Yeah, this sounds like he's the punching bag, which I don't like.
That's what I'm saying. You shouldn't apologize for something that you didn't do wrong. Just because someone is pissed at you doesn't mean that you apologize. You have to feel like you did something wrong. Apologies. Let me explain this. Apologies should not be appeasement. Right? That's not the reason to apologize. Mm-hmm. A lot of people apologize to calm other people down. It's a fucking bad strategy. You apologize if you did something wrong.
I agree. I just don't like this situation.
What do you not like about it?
I feel like they're blaming it on PMS, but I don't think that's what it is.
I completely agree, right? So this whole, apart from that phase, we are perfect and we both know it. No, you guys aren't. There's no such thing as a perfect relationship. So the problems exist outside of it. So you guys need to talk about it there too. I think we're in agreement there.
Yeah, I just.
Should we move on, or you want to
Yeah.
keep talking about it?
Well, I find a yuck factor around blaming a woman being dissatisfied or a little angry or whatever on PMS.
Sure.
So I feel like we should talk about PMS, but I don't know if we should talk about PMS.
What do you want to say about PMS? Just say what you want to say.
I would say, okay,
Bro.
I would say if he feels like she needs support, like you used to do all sorts of stuff.
Sure.
Yeah. And I think those were like good times.
Yeah, you also didn't blame me for shit.
Yeah, I didn't.
And if you did blame me for something, and I think we just, we had kind of clear, even nowadays, you don't really blame me, but we've had conversations about how I haven't been able to support you the way that I used to, and how you feel unsupported about that. Right. And then
I think I know what bothers me so much about that. There was no love in it. There was no like support is not a good word for what happens. Like it's love. They're acts of love that you do for a person.
Yeah, so this is something, hopefully it's okay that she is, but so like we do this thing. So we started doing this thing when she was pregnant, where we would say we're pregnant.
Oh, okay.
And I recently started, this is fun, right? Yeah. So I recently started to have periods too. And if she gets to have a period, I get to have a period. So I get to pick a time where I get to be grumpy and unreasonable, and she gets to do things for my benefit.
Right. You get spoiled a little bit, and you get to just have your irrational whatevers.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because
But those are acts of love that you do. You don't turn somebody else into your punching bag.
Yeah.
Back to Twitter.
I highly recommend that men get their period from time to time, and that their partners support them through their weekend where they have.
Their partners love them.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's different.
Absolutely.
Support's a dumb word.
Okay.
Okay, advice for dating in your 20s. How do you balance dating and your career, especially when you're just starting out? And what is the difference between attachment and love? Is one unhealthy and the other healthy? Wow. Okay, balance dating in your career. So that's just doing what you want to do and doing what you need to do. You should be able to do both. You can't do everything maybe the same day, but do both.
Yeah, I think figuring out a balance between your dating life and your career is going to be like somewhat individual, right? I don't know what the problem with balance is. Generally speaking, your career occupies certain hours, and dating occupies different hours. And so, you figure out when you want to invest in what. Like, I guess if you're doing side projects or other things like that, that can interfere. But my thought is that you work during the day, and a couple nights a week you go out on dates. What's the difference between attachment and love? So I'd say attachment is about
They're
dependence.
Not in this category, really.
Yeah, like attachment is about dependence, and love is like not. I think like attachment is possessive, and it's about having an anchor. It's about being tied to something. Love isn't necessarily possessive. So I think Kruti and I, we are both very possessive, but I think that possessiveness is either a shade or attribute of our love, or is a different thing, which we've talked about a lot. And is one unhealthy and the other healthy? No, I don't think so. So I think our possessiveness in our relationship, for example, I think is like keeps our relationship the way it is, which I'm happy with. And this kind of goes to issues of monogamy and that kind of stuff. But I think it's like, we're attached and we love.
So yeah, I think so. Attachment is what you want, right? You're attaching to things that you want, and love is more
This is really good.
all-encompassing. I'm glad you like it. I made it with love.
Yeah, I can tell. It's good.
Okay. All right, next question.
Cool.
Autistic?
Sure. I'm probably autistic and have trouble understanding social cues. How can I have a fulfilling relationship? Okay, so the first thing is if you're probably autistic, you may want to get that figured out. Because the other cool thing about like treatment for autism, is that part of support for people who have autism is actually about like training in these things. So just because your brain doesn't quite work on the same empathic level as other people's doesn't mean that you cannot compensate for that lack of empathic social cueing with other stuff. So, I highly recommend that you consider getting actually formally evaluated and then maybe doing some kind of like, social programs where you learn skills. So oftentimes people who are more on the autistic spectrum are very, very intellectual or analytical and are very cognitive. And so just learn how to do that and then recognize that, you're going to have some difficulty, like, because you're not going to read social cues. And then as you meet people, you can even share that with them. Like, so it's interesting. I've had patients who will share their mental health problems on the first date or even before the first date. And it actually works out surprisingly well and they connect with the other person. So like they'll be like, hey, I have really bad social anxiety. And the other person is like, oh my God, me too. And the rest of the date is great. Because they're like, okay, we're both socially anxious fuckers. And so you can even let someone know that, hey, like, it seems like I tested somewhere on the autism spectrum. And then some people are going to be like, oh, and then they'll run away. And other people like, I'm autistic too. Then you guys can connect over that.
Are autistic people smarter?
Not necessarily. I would say that they're, oftentimes their cognitive capacity develops because their empathic capacity can't do the work. So they're very, very in their head. They analyze social situations. And oftentimes as a result are socially anxious, because the more that you analyze a social situation without empathic data, like empathy is what allows you to be reassured in a social situation.
Are there environments that are better for that, like, frame of mind?
I don't know if there are environments that are better, because most environments are structured based on like, a normal balance of empathy and intellect or cognition, right? So if you think about the workplace, which not all workplaces are the same, but in general, human society is built on a combination of cognitive and empathic relatability. So I think the big thing for people who have autism of some kind or on the autism spectrum just need to learn how to compensate for that lack of empathy, or need to learn some degree of empathy, both of which can be learned.
Okay. I don't feel like I have a lot to contribute there, but I think gain confidence. So I would just plan on striking out a couple of times and using those as learning experiences. Because it's going to take a little time for you to understand social cues, and I wouldn't beat yourself up over a couple of missteps along the way. Solanki?
Sure.
How to deal with mental illness as partners if one or both have issues. We've kind of touched on that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like this is a question about anxiety, so let's skip past that one.
Okay.
It's a relationship advice. Guys, I know that a lot of people sometimes like to ask off-topic questions just to kind of get their question in, but just an FYI, we're going to try to stick to questions that are topical. Let's do Aaron.
Yeah, sure. I'm virtually dating a girl from work for about a month. I asked her to be my girlfriend, and she said she's not quite at that level yet, though we'll still date. Not to be manipulative, but any tips on how to bring her to my level, understand what she's looking for in a partner? Oh, I have some thoughts about this one.
Go for it.
Do not push too early to get people to define things. Don't fight for the label of like, I want her to be my girlfriend, and like try to define it so quickly. It sounds like you have kind of like, if the goal is like a relationship, it sounds like your goal is like right down here. And that's what you're fixating on, is just like the status of the girlfriend, and pushing that is going to make it break, I think. So don't do that. Don't push for the label. What do you think?
Can we look at the question again?
Yeah.
Okay. Not to be manipulative,
Yeah.
but
Any tips?
so let's just stop there for a second, okay? Not to be manipulative, but okay. So recognize that you're trying to be manipulative in the relationship, right? So the problem here is that you are trying to get someone to do what you want them to do. And that can be the foundation of a long relationship, but I don't think it's the foundation of a happy relationship. So like what I'm hearing from this person is like, how do I get her on my level? Can I use your mind magic skills to convince her that I'm ready, that she should be exclusive with me? And the short answer is like, that's not the kind of relationship that you should want. So what you want is a relationship where like, she should she do things for you that she doesn't want to do? Absolutely. But those should be out of sacrifice and a genuine care for you, as opposed to being manipulated into doing those. What?
I agree.
Yeah. And so I don't think I think the good question the person asked, like, what does she want in a partner? So what I'm hearing from her is not that you lack what she wants in a partner. It's just that she's not ready. Her timeline is different, right? Like, it's like, people just have different timelines. And I think it's important to respect her timeline and just be like, okay, so, I understand that you're not interested in being exclusive, but then you also like, give her a couple weeks or a couple months and then revisit the issue and then say, I'm really looking for someone to, I'm really looking for like a serious relationship. And if you're not interested in that, then like, please let me know, because I've got to rethink like whether I'm going to still be in this or not. What?
Reading Twitch chat is fun.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
You got to be careful, because they got to me though. They called me a beta cuck.
Well, they're just calling me beautiful and trying to make me laugh, so I'm okay with that right now.
Yeah, just wait.
You guys are so sweet. Please stay sweet.
Just wait.
Okay. Oh, this is a good one. Wanted to ask on how to handle the feeling of being treated unimportant suddenly from a person you emotionally connected well. How to handle a crush on a girl that isn't allowed to be in a relationship. Okay, I was going to more talk about the being treated unimportant thing. What do you think about this?
You can go ahead and have your take on it.
Okay, so there's the feeling of being treated unimportant, and then there's actually being treated unimportant. So I'm going to go with somebody actually treating you as if you're not important. And I think that's... I think being treated like you're not a priority tells you everything that you need to know about that relationship. And it can be a really hard thing for somebody to realize that they're not that person's priority. And a lot of people will try to save that relationship or become that priority. But I don't know. My main thing is like, don't waste your time. Don't waste your time and your energy on people that are just going to waste yours. There's no reason to, really.
So if we can go back to the tweet.
Yeah.
So how to handle the feeling of being treated, treated unimportantly suddenly from a person you emotionally connected well with, I assume. Okay, so I think there are a couple of important things there. So if you feel treated unimportantly suddenly, I think that the top thing on the list of differential diagnoses for why you feel that way is they just have some shit going on in their life. Right? So like, if you think about like, if someone is connected to you and let's say you text them and they text you back and you text them and they text you back, and you guys are texting till like 3 a.m, texting, deep, wonderful thoughts. And then one day you text them and they don't text you back. and then they don't text you back again, and like you wait and wait, hours go by, days go by, and you don't hear from them, and then you feel like, oh my goodness, they don't like care about me. We felt so connected. Chances are they've just got some shit going on. They don't just like wake up one day and they're like, fuck this guy that I've been talking to for like 2 months.
Well, some people do.
I mean, yes, some people do, but not most. I mean, I have some people, but not really most people. Like most people, if you have an emotional connection with someone and they drop off the face of the earth and they don't respond to you in an emotionally connected way, oftentimes that has to do with their life and has nothing to do with you. Case in point, like, if we think about, our relationship, like when do we not emotionally connect? It's not because we wake up one day and we're like, fuck you. It's like we wake up one day and we've got a lot of shit going on. We don't have any bandwidth. We're stressed out. We're working really hard. I'm post-call. You're
just out of nowhere. We know what's coming, right?
No, but in our case, but in like the case of someone who does, like what I'm saying is that, if you feel unimportant to someone else that you used to feel important to, and they suddenly stop treating you the same way, it's not because they dislike you, because that's what our sort of anxious, narcissistic mind thinks. It's got to be something that I'm doing. Chances are something's just going on in their life where they don't have the bandwidth to engage it with you the way that they used to.
So, okay, right. So there's the feeling of being treated unimportantly, and there's actually being treated unimportantly, right? So if it's the feeling and like there is just stuff going on in this person's life, that's fine. But I know I've blown off people and like I've just been like, oh yeah, sorry, family stuff. That's not really a thing.
I don't know what that means.
Like, if she's just suddenly blowing this person off and like he asks like, hey, is something going on in your life? Like, what's wrong? I haven't heard from you in a while. And she's like, oh, sorry, family stuff.
No, I'm not saying that this person should ask her.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, notice. So here's what I'm saying. So if you feel hurt, recognize that there are a lot of things that people do that could feel hurtful to you that have nothing to do with you. It's like they're dealing with their own shit, and just because they're not responding to your text message for 3 days doesn't mean that they devalue you as a human being. It just means they maybe have some shit going on.
If I had shit going on and I had a person that I emotionally connected with, I would want to tell that person. I would want that would be an opportunity to connect more with that person, right?
I'm not saying that that person is handling it well. What I'm saying is that in the differential diagnosis of why I feel undervalued in a relationship, it doesn't have to be anything to do with me, right? Other people have shit going on. And I'm not saying that the person, so what the person should do is say, hey, I have a lot of shit going on. I can't like connect with you over the next couple of days. Sorry, I've been busy, or I'm going to be busy. That's ideal when you signal to other people. But what I'm saying is, like, it doesn't mean that you're doing anything wrong. It doesn't mean that, like, just because you feel emotionally, like you said, there's a difference between being treated a certain way and feeling a certain way. And if you're feeling like this person is devaluing you, recognize that the way that you feel that way is because it may have nothing to do with, like, you. It may have something to do with going on with their life. Right? So I think it's just, I mean, it's kind of like the social anxiety thing. Like, it's just because someone is not talking to you doesn't mean that they don't.
But if somebody really is blowing you off,
yeah,
I would not waste time trying to get them to not blow you off.
Agreed. Right? So this is where you tell them, you're like, hey, like, I texted you, like, you didn't respond to me for a couple of days. Like, what's going on?
Yeah. Because that, like, that gets on my nerves, it gets on your nerves, right?
What?
When you're trying to get a hold of me and I don't respond because I've got stuff going on.
Yes. How does that relate to this discussion? Because,
like, she's basically blowing him off, treating him unimportantly.
Yeah. So I think you can have a conversation around that and say, like, hey, like, what's going on? Or I'm not comfortable with, like, I think I deserve at least like a heads up that you're going to be busy or something like that. I'm not saying that none of that communication is appropriate or a good idea. What I'm saying is that just because you feel treated unimportantly and to someone who you were previously felt emotionally connected to, it may not, because I work with a lot of people who are socially anxious and they read into that situation that they're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
And all I'm saying is that you may not be doing something wrong. It may have something completely to do with them and nothing.
Right. Okay, fine. What are some critical red flags in which you should just get out ASAP? I think there's a Carrie analogy to be had here.
She's learning.
I am slowly.
You should play more LOL. You'll learn how to carry better.
I carry plenty, thank you. I think there's obviously like fear, safety, like that stuff, red flag. I think those are more kind of explicit.
I just really appreciate how witty you are.
And what are some red flags you think?
I just wanted to, I got to comment on this.
Sure.
So I really value a relationship in which sometimes I just get fucking owned. Right? Not all the time. But sometimes you gotta, it really makes me respect you a lot and love you a lot. Because not many people can own me.
I didn't.
You did, though. I mean, it's all in good fun. But
okay.
Sometimes look, let me put it this way. I really enjoy being in a relationship with someone that's on your level, right? Like, you can't just be winning all the time. Like, that's not a relationship. It's like you being a parent. You gotta.
That's sweet.
You gotta fight with people in your weight class. Anyway, the analogy falls apart. What was the question again? Oh, what are red flags? So I think a couple of things. One is that, so a couple of red flags. So I don't really like the idea of, I mean, there's certainly red flags, but I don't like the idea of red flags because it kind of goes back to this like internet, if they do this, then break up with them right away. I mean, obviously, like there are some things that fall into that. So, the blatant ones are things like abusive behavior, right? Like if they hit you, there's no excuse for that.
Anything. If they yell at the waiter.
Yeah, so I think that's one. Like, so a couple of things I'd say, not really red flags, but be careful about relationships that you invest a lot in and the other person does not invest a lot in. Like, so be careful about like lopsided investment. Be careful about, if you want to, this isn't really like on first date kind of stuff, but, be careful about people who don't put you ahead of themselves. So I think a relationship works best when you have two people and like, so relationships aren't 50-50, they're 60-40. And you give 60 and you take 40 and they give 60 and they take 40. And that's really like when a relationship works well. In terms of red flags, I do agree. I think you be careful about people that are just assholes to people that they don't need to be nice to.
Yes.
So I agree.
Do when they think nobody's watching them or when there's no consequences to. Ultimately, you want a nice person. Red flags is if they're not a nice person. Is that right?
Right. Like, I mean, I guess there are going to be other, there are other. Yeah. I mean, I tend to view people as not static. So like, I don't like the idea of, if someone does XYZ, just peace out because you're fucking done. I think even if someone is socially anxious or has an addiction problem or is a convicted felon, like, I don't think that those people are like bad.
Do you think nice guys finish last?
So this is opening a whole can of worms about like red pill, incel, nice guy, white knight, internet stuff. The short answer is, let me think about how to phrase this so that I can't get clipped out of context. So I think that they do finish last, but I think the reason they finish last is because they think they're nice guys. I don't think good guys finish last. I think nice guys finish last. And there's a big difference between being nice and being good. Just think about that for a second. Right? Like, what's the difference between being nice? Do I think good guys finish last? Absolutely not. Do I think nice guys finish last? I fucking hope so. right? Because I don't want to be in a relationship with someone who's nice. I want to be in a relationship with someone who's good. And if they're nice on top of that, that's fine. But nice should not be a substitute for being good. And I think the biggest problem with the idea of like nice guys, like I'm a nice guy, is that they're nice, but they're not good. They play nice because nice is the front that you present. It's not what's in here. I don't think good guys finish last. But I think if all you are is nice, I hope you finish last. Be good. And be nice.
I like this a lot. Do you want to take this one?
How do you keep the flame active with your wife? Okay.
That was a big sigh.
All right, so I mean, the short answer is that I don't. Right? Like, I think that. So I think relationships require a lot of work, and I've just mentally accepted that. I think especially since we had our second kid, like mentally, I've just accepted that like our relationship is just going to be on the back burner, and it's just not going to be where it was for years and years, and won't be. I think that that's okay.
We've talked about this for a while, where like we know that basically we won't have time for us for a while.
And that's like a sacrifice that we make together, right? And we kind of acknowledge it, and we acknowledge that the flame won't be alive the way that it was. And then I think it takes effort, but I think a lot of things that we try to do to stay connected don't actually kindle the flame. It's just stuff that we do to stay connected. So things to do to kindle the flame are, I think sometimes you have to step outside of your comfort zone, and I think you do something actually like this, right? So this keeps the flame alive. I do, but I do things to keep it alive. But I think just continue to learn, continue to grow, try to recapture the circumstances that you guys had when the flame was bright. And I think that's hard. So like, flirtation becomes trickier once you've been like together for 15 years. But I think you should absolutely flirt. And I think we're flirting right now, like over the course of the last 2 hours. Maybe you don't recognize it.
Maybe we should just drink at noon more.
Yeah. But I think that there's, I don't know, what would you say?
Is Healthy Gamer our third kid?
Yeah.
It
Maybe
is,
our first kid.
Our first. So for us, basically, like the stuff that I like to do, so I'm an extrovert, he's an introvert. And I think this is part of where what the flame is gets to be a little bit interesting, because basically the stuff that I like to do, he doesn't really like to do. So we just don't do the stuff that I like to do. So we're kind of limited to only the stuff that you like to do, right?
It's fun during COVID.
Right.
We get to play Switch. I started going to concerts.
Or nice restaurants.
Yep.
Or out in general.
Okay. Nice restaurants are scams. Taqueria all the way.
Okay. Do you remember when I would just want to go to somewhere with a tablecloth?
I remember, and that would be your requirement. You're like, I want to go somewhere with a tablecloth. And I was like, oh, fuck. It's going to be expensive, and the food is not going to be worth it.
Every once in a while.
It's going to take an hour to get our food.
Just go to a place with a tablecloth.
But see, she made her needs known. She was like, I don't care. I just want to go to a place with a tablecloth. And I was like, fuck. I hate places with tablecloths. I hate everything about them. But she, that's what you got to do. Sometimes you got to take one for the team.
Sometimes I just want a waiter who will make a recommendation.
I hate those places where waiters walk up to you and they ask you if you want something. And if the answer is yes, like they add $10 to your bill. Like they'll come up to you and they'll be like, would you like still or sparkling water? And then you're like, sparkling? And then you get the check and it's like $10 of sparkling water. And it's not like, would you like to purchase sparkling water? They're like, would you like some bread and butter? And then you're like, yes, please. And it's like, oh, there's like $7 for bread and butter.
Yeah. It's lying, though.
That's what places with tablecloths do, man.
That's just because you don't like liars.
No, liars I have sympathy for. It's fucking people with tablecloths that I have loathing for.
Okay. All right. Back to the questions. Zach, are we doing this right? Or should we be doing something else?
Okay. Okay.
How do you address fear of
Let's do this one. No. So in a relationship between a man and a woman, it is socially acceptable that men always have to concede to arguments against their significant others, and women will always be right despite being wrong. Is this the only option to be in a relationship? What do you think, hon?
Not taking this bait. You go.
No. Like, I don't accept that social convention. Sometimes women are wrong. Sometimes men are wrong. So here I have a really wild assertion here, okay? It's going to be absolutely crazy. That being right or wrong has nothing to do with gender. It's insane. I know. It's like mind-blowing. I know it's like completely five-head level stuff. But being right or wrong doesn't have to do with what's in your pants. Scrotum doesn't make you right, scrotum doesn't make you wrong. And this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier. Just because she's pissed doesn't mean that you should apologize. Like, you should definitely hear her out. And if she's pissed, you should try to do something to make her not feel pissed because she's someone that you care about. And you can support her. But just because you want to help her feel better doesn't mean that you're wrong. And too often in relationships do those two things get tied together. That's my answer. What do you think?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I think there's something wrong about not being allowed to be wrong. Like, why is it? Yeah, if you're wrong, just move on.
Is that the only option? The short answer is no.
Yeah.
If you're in a relationship where the person is always right and you're always wrong, that's an abusive relationship. And your option is to be in a non-abusive relationship, in a relationship where someone takes responsibility for their fucking actions. And this is not gender dependent because there are very controlling relationships with men who are in charge, where most of the abusive relationships that I've seen tend to be with. Actually, let me think about that. About most. I don't know about most, but I've seen both kinds of relationships with controlling men and controlling women. And I think controlling assholes are controlling assholes, and in my experience, it doesn't have to do with what's in your pants.
I agree. Don't be with a controlling asshole. Don't be with somebody. Also, okay, here's this other thing that, like, we tend to, not we, but like humans tend to force someone else to like take a position and stick to it. And you're not really having a conversation at that point. You're just defending and attacking.
Let's think about it. Is that my face? That emote?
I don't know. Can you make it bigger? This one? Real CK3, where did you get this?
That is my face. Oh my God. I thought it was just some other dude's face. It's so hard to recognize myself without my hair.
Y'all, when you have this hair, you can do whatever you want.
You guys want to know how I keep the flame alive?
Seriously, though. This hair. So good. All right, we need hair emotes.
Okay, what's this?
I have legit. Yeah, I can make you another drink. But I have legit had like. Do you remember when you got hit on by that auntie? And she just came up to you and was like, "Your hair."
God, that was actually a little.
It was really funny because her
like
husband.
60.
No, she was a young 50.
Is she your parents' age?
Yeah.
How old is your mom? I mean, okay, whatever. Anyway.
He gets hit on for his hair all the time.
Yeah, okay.
Here, why don't you drain this and I'll get you another drink?
No, it's watered down.
Wah!
Okay. So, wah is our way of communicating that we have an unreasonable request and we are feeling high maintenance. And we learned this from our 2-year-old. Because when she is feeling unreasonable and being high maintenance, she goes, wah! And then that's just our way of signaling that Yeah, what I'm asking you is kind of ridiculous, but I want you to do it anyway. Can you just do it anyway for me, bro? And yeah. Okay. There's a question about motivation outside of scope. Okay, so we'll do like one more question and then we'll move to text to speech. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about this. So like I tend to be charming like in the hospital setting because I find that it's more effective to be a doctor when you're charming and friendly. And so I don't like flirt with people. So my first answer was that charming is flirting with people that you can never have a relationship with. Um, that was honestly the answer that came to my mind, but I feel like that is a weak answer and it can be disputed, and it's really just flirtation. Because you can counter that by saying, but can't you really have a relationship with anyone? And yes, you can. But honestly, my answer, which I didn't want to say because I think it's a weak answer. I feel like it's a true answer, but it's a weak answer and it exposes me. It exposes me as being, I don't know exactly what, but I think charming is flirting with people that you can't have a relationship with. Right? And you're not charming towards kids. Like you're charming towards like 60-year-old nurses who are married and have children your age. And I think yeah, so like I mean I tend to be charming. I know Twitch chat is going to take this the wrong way, but I will be overly complimentary for not overly, but just appropriately complimentary towards and express a lot of authentic appreciation. Yeah, so that's not flirtation, right? So I think flirtation is like saying things left unsaid. Here's what it is. So here's another dimension of it. So I still stand by what I said earlier that basically one part of charming is flirting. I'm answering the question about charming versus flirtation. So one is that charming is flirting with people that you can never have a relationship with. The second thing is that I think being charming is being like complimentary but completely authentic, and flirtation is like leaving things unsaid. And charming is maybe saying a little bit too much. So I think it's about, so when yeah, I'm not going to use examples because I think that'll be bad. Is that how do you guys think? Oh, thanks for the gifted subs, guys.
Wow. Should we do a quick break to just thank everybody and tell people? Where are we? 50,000. Oh my gosh, you guys, this is so awesome.
Oh my gosh, you guys, this is so
Please give me a break.
Gosh.
I'll take that gin and coke.
No.
Yeah, no. No, this is great. Did you already tell them what all this is going towards?
Yes, we've talked about it, but you can talk about it.
I am excited. Here's why I'm excited. Because everything that you guys are contributing. Yeah.
Getting tipsy.
There we go. Everything that this goes towards helps us get our coaching program off the ground. So Dr. K, I'll call you Dr. K this once. Dr. K has, yeah. Alok has
me, Dr. K.
Okay. This next hour is going to be sloppy. All right. So
Yeah, I'm just adding subtitles.
Okay. So Alok has trained.
She's going to give you un spielen. Go ahead, give them the spiel. Sorry. Okay, go ahead. Seriously, I'm quiet.
You're good?
Yep.
Good?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So Alok.
Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Really.
All right. So Alok has trained 11 coaches to be able to work one-on-one or in group settings with whoever feels like they need a little bit of help kind of getting to the next level of their life. So our coaches do what?
You were talking. Okay. So here's the thing. Like our generation is on the struggle bus. Right? And I think like we've got to be really, really careful because when we call it mental illness, like suddenly it's a doctor's problem. It's not our problem. It's not society's problem. It's not your boss's problem. It's not the boomer generation's problem. It's a doctor's problem. If it's an illness, it's a doctor's problem. I don't buy that. I think that illness is a symptom of the society that we live in and the pressures that we're placed under. And I think video game addiction, for example, can be a diagnosis, sure, but it's also a symptom of like a generation of people who don't have a reason to leave the fucking house. So our coaches are designed to help people solve that problem, which is like to help you find purpose, to help you leave the house, to help you understand yourself and like why you do the things that you do, and to help you figure out essentially one thing, which is you know what you need to do, but you can't bring yourself to do it. And that's what I've tried to train them to do, is teach you that. What coaching is and what coaching isn't. So a lot of people think that coaching is what they see on stream. And they think that it's like you're going to talk to some dude for like an hour and a half, or a woman. And then you're going to be transformed into a different human being. I don't know if you guys get this, but like, I don't know how much I actually help people on stream. Like, I know I help them, but I don't think I change their lives. Changing your life takes time. And it's not about like you being transformed and realizing something new. That's certainly a very important in the first step. But then there's taking that understanding and then like moving in the world with that to like overcome all of the other crap that you have to overcome. And that's really what coaching is for. It's not to teach you new things. It's to help you do things that like you know you need to do. And you're definitely going to be learning along the way. So our coaching program, in my mind, is split into like 3 parts. I mean, I haven't really trained. I mean, it's baked into the training, but I was trying to understand what's our methodology. So phase 1 is feeling. It's like understanding on the inside, like what's going on in here. Phase 2 is doing, because what's going on in here interacts with what's happening in the outside world. Like if I want to fill out a job application, why can't I do it? That's not just in here. It's like in here meets out there. That's doing. And this is where I think somewhere where therapy falls short, because if you go see a therapist, they're not going to work with you often with external goals, right? They just focus purely on the internal environment. No therapist is going to give you advice about how to write a good resume. You guys should watch. There was a segment that I did off the cuff that people really loved about how to get the job of your dreams, like literally a step-by-step process of getting the job of your dreams. And it's like a 10-minute explanation. It's not that complicated. It's really great. And I've used this. And like out of the 10 people that I've worked with, 6 of them are making more than $100,000 a year after about 2 years of following this process. 1 or 2 of them are making more than $300,000 a year. And like, you're not going to get that from a therapist. So thanks for the gifted subs, man.
Thank you.
Old Tarek is best Tarek. Okay. Boomer Tarek is best Tarek. Gotcha. So our coaching program is designed to help you understand who you are and then help you move in the world, because understanding who you are is not sufficient, right? Like that's not the goal. It's not like you just understand and then you sit there. It's like the understanding is in service to doing what you want to do in the outside world. And that involves a lot of failure. It's like, okay, I understand I have social anxiety. You try to go do an application, you fail. You come back, you talk to your coach about it, they help you through it, and then hopefully you go out and then you fail again, actually, realistically. And then you fail a few more times. And like, that's why it takes time, because every single time that you fail, and then here's the problem is right now when you build up the courage to do something, and then you go out and then you fail, then your courage is shattered, and then you don't apply the second time. That's what the coach is there for. Because they're like, hey man, let's think about that. You feel like a failure because like, you applied and you did it once. Like, let's think about whether you want to live your life trying something once and then being done. And they're going to hopefully help you to try again. That's the key. And then you're going to learn about yourself in the process. And then the third phase is like integration, where hopefully you guys are doing stuff, right? Where you kind of like learning a little bit and then they're going to help you and all that kind of good stuff. So that's why we're training coaches. But it's not like 1 hour with Dr. K or 2 hours with Dr. K where you're like crying at the end of it. Although a lot of tears are shed in our coaching sessions, TBH, right? But it's not what you guys see on stream. It's actually like more valuable than that, because the goal of our coaching program is to actually 6 months from now, 8 months from now, you're actually doing something that you want to do.
Basically, what we found is Alec has known this for a while because he's kind of lived it on a day-to-day basis, but like the mental health model is just failing us. It doesn't really it's like anti-depression, but it's not pro-happy. And what we want to do is go pro-happy. Find a happy, successful, fulfilling life, and what you want, how you get there, step by step, few slide backs, another step. If you want support through that, that's what our coaching program is meant for. And we're just super excited. We've strung this thing together with Google Docs and Google Forms and, email.
Mind if I jump in? I feel inspired to say something.
Please.
So I think something subtle and dangerous happened in our society. So we say that no human being is responsible for another human being's happiness, right? No therapist is going to tell you that if you come here in 6 months from now, you're going to be happy, because it's an unrealistic ask. Something very, very dangerous happened, because when we realized we couldn't guarantee that result, an entire industry stopped trying, because we wanted to be scientific and we wanted guarantees. We wanted assured outcomes. And can we make you happy after 6 months? Absolutely not. That's fucking insane. But you know what? We're going to try anyway. Even if it's a stupid endeavor, we're going to fucking try. And we don't say that, right? We don't say, like, you know what? Failure is inevitable. But we're going to try anyway. And we're going to do it. We're going to figure it out. Because people do it. People end up happy. And we don't know. I don't know if I can make you happy. But we're going to fucking try. And I don't know if you guys get this, but like, every time someone comes on stream, like, I have no idea who they are or what they're there for, or if I can help them. You guys get that? Like, I have no idea. I don't know who these people are. And how do you help? I mean, tomorrow I could start streaming and then I'm never going to help another person again. Like, that's very possible, right? It's very possible. I don't know who that person is. I can't guarantee anything. You guys show up. Sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's not. Whatever. The point is trying. The point is that we've started giving up. And that's what we're here to stop. Is don't give up. Just fucking try. Because here's the thing. That the rest of the world, I wrote this thing about gamers and how they're actually the highest amount of untapped talent in society today.
Yes.
Anyway, it's a thing I'll share with you guys later. But the whole point is that you guys have an underestimated value of yourself. And I don't. And that's why I'm willing to say we're going to try this. Because I think when you guys actually put your mind to something, when you actually leverage the thing that lets you get top DPS in WoW, lets you get brass or whatever shit in LoL, then you can, if you turn it to the real world, think about this. You guys are so analytical, so driven. You will grind a video game for 14 hours a day for 2 years of your life. It's not that you're lazy. It's just we need to shift. We don't need to teach you how to be less lazy. We just need to move where your focus is to something that is actually productive in life. Crazy.
So what we want to do is essentially change the face of mental health. If you were to try to see a psychiatrist today, you have a higher chance that they're going to be over the age of 55 than younger. There are only 28,000 psychiatrists in the US. This is a labor problem. They're not the right people. And so what we're trying to do is make the right people. And we've looked at a bunch of different interventions to figure out what does peer support look like? What does it look like when somebody that's like you supports somebody like you? So that's what we're trying to do. And we're really damn close.
Not to say that psychiatrists are bad, because I think if you guys have depression or suicidality or things like that, I'm a psychiatrist, and I think that those are valuable skills. I think what we've noticed is that psychiatry is incomplete.
Yeah.
Right? And guess how many hours they taught me about mental health impacts of Twitter, Reddit, video games, and Facebook during 4 years of training at Harvard Medical School? 0. Guess how many hours the current trainees get about this? 1. Guess who teaches it? Right? So I went to the curriculum people. I was like, hey, maybe we should teach something about this. I will teach you. Give me time. And they're like, okay, we can find an hour. Because we've got 16 hours of learning about antipsychotics and all the different medications you can prescribe. I'm like, okay, fine. Let's start with the hour and we'll go from there. Right? That's what we got to do. And it was supposed to be about
Yeah,
relationship
let's get back
advice.
to that. But I just wanted to say thank
Thank
so
you guys
much
very
for
much.
your
Yes.
support. And if
Rant
we can
complete.
pull this off, I really think it can be one of the most important things that we can do in our lives
Gaming
to help
golem
you guys.
juicer? What does that even mean?
Vata.
No, I think it's a cool.
Yeah,
I like gaming golem juicer.
it's good.
I've never heard those words together. Low DPM. You magnificent bastard.
God. Thank you. Can you send us an address or something so we can send you a shirt or something? Like, come on.
Well, no, what we should do to low DPM. So low DPM has been a supporter of the
He's
stream
been
for a long
amazing.
time, or she, or anything in between. What we should do is send them data from our coaching beta.
Yeah,
So they can see what they've supported.
we'll make that public too.
Yeah.
But you guys, honestly, if you have $5,000 to give, like low DPM, thank you so much. If you don't, that's okay. Like,
Also,
please
don't
yeah,
donate.
please don't.
We're asking for donations because we recognize that like there are a lot of people out there that can't afford the services that we may be providing, and we want to be able to provide them anyway, because that's a big part of like I think who we are. And so we're asking for donations from people who can give. And if you can't give, for fuck's sake, don't choose between.
No.
Yeah.
That is not
What
we're
we
trying
want.
to do.
What we want is the portion of your budget that goes for cosmetic or pay to win mechanics in video games. That's what we want.
I don't know what that means, but thank you for your support.
Thanks,
so
man.
much. Like low DPM. Thank you.
I'll take your cosmetic money in a day, in a heartbeat, in a second. Okay, let's do more questions.
Yeah.
Are we doing text to speech now? Moses?
Do you want to scooch this way a little?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm feeling. I wish I was a little bit more clear-headed, just so I could express myself better and express my gratitude better.
We really are very thankful. This is like what we think about kind of day and night, is how we're going to pull this off. And we're thinking about things like we have meetings lined up to figure out how we're going to research this, how we can make this HIPAA compliant one day, how we can get insurance to pay for this. But we really want you guys to have the support we think.
We are doing collaboration with Harvard. Oh my goodness, maybe we do with Harvard. Maybe MIT. We will see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
We're open. But thank you guys.
So you know there is a boy who's at Harvard. He's not married.
Yeah.
Somebody's
psychiatrist. Yeah.
Oh, he's a real doctor.
My youngest sister isn't married to a psychiatrist yet, so let's not.
Information.
Can I tell you guys about the time I sprained my ankle in Belize, and my sister, the hospital, go fix all the super sick people doc, and this guy. Between the two of them, my sister was like, "You're not dying," and Alec was like, "This is not your feelings." So guess who ended up wrapping my ankle? My 20-year-old sister, who was just trying to figure it out.
Two doctors, both worthless.
Useless. You know who he ended up helping on that trip was the guy that drank too much and then he was just bored. And he just went and talked to him and he gave him a book.
He had dehydration and alcohol intoxication. We talked about his feelings for a little while. Anyway.
I'll give him a book.
Let's go to, because he was bored. He can't do anything. Anyway, let's do text to speech. Can we start with them? Oh, okay. I'll do that. See, Moses, I know how to do this.
I will say, being on this side, there's a lot happening on this computer screen. So if Dr. K looks like a super boomer, it is very complicated on this side.
Here's the remainder of my paycheck. That's not a question. And also, we don't want the remainder.
Happy to help this cause. Thank you.
Oh, look.
JK.
Here is this is an interesting question. Victory Vijay. That's redundant, bro. Hi, can you talk about Radha and Krishna a little bit? So Moses, I'm hitting the repeat alert button. That should make it play, right? Do you know why I'm not hearing it? Okay. So if I hit the
Did you hit it?
I did. I ran into this problem last time where I clicked it like 4 times and then it spammed like 15 minutes later.
Okay.
How many boomers does it take to repeat a text alert from a text to speech?
At least 7. Okay, well,
3 apparently is not enough.
Can you talk about Radha and Krishna a little bit?
But I want to see the rest of it because it's like
Victory Vijay, are you in chat?
Okay, let's do. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
Is it possible to have the kind of relationship by a human being? What the?
Don't spam it. Don't.
But I don't hear any text to speech.
It's okay. We just need the donation spreadsheet pulled up somewhere.
7777777.
Okay, we'll come back to that. See if you can find some shorter ones.
Okay. Here's number 1. Here's number 2. Let's go. Yeah, I can't. So it looks like. So let me just read out what people have said. Okay, so 2 grams of jam has donated $100. Here's the remainder of my paycheck. Joking. Happy to help the cause. Thank you very much for telling me that you were joking. So Victor Vijay says, hi, can you talk about Radha and Krishna a little bit? Is it possible to have a kind of relationship by a human being? And if somebody likes that, I don't know. Anyway, we can talk about Radha and Krishna a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting thing, actually. There we go. We're trying to pull up the thing that lets us see the whole question that people are asking.
We're going to figure this out, chat. I'm going to go pee. Can you?
Yeah.
You want some nuts or something?
Nuts and hay. All right. In the meantime, Zach, can we talk about the roast real quick while Dr. K's out?
Sure, they can't hear me.
Okay. So, guys, we're going to roast Dr. K because we hit the 40K milestone. And I think it'd be really cool if you guys could participate because we want to end it positive, right? We're not here to really, take away his dignity. So if you want to contribute to the roast and say a quick thank you or a quick, whatever, we're going to link a way for you guys to contribute. Make sure you're in our Discord and that way you'll get all the alerts. So if you're not already, it's HealthyGamer.gg/support group, and that'll take you to a page where you can sign up for our Discord. I think it'll be really fun for him to see, to hear from you guys. He hears from me every day. He doesn't want to hear more from me. You're fast. Okay.
Oh, they can't hear.
They can hear you. Okay.
Wait, you have the.
I do. And so what I'm doing is what exactly on here? Victory Vijay. Can you human if someone's looking for that kind of relationship, what is the right steps to take? Radha and Krishna. So Radha and Krishna is a classic kind of love story where they were kind of like high school sweetheart equivalents. Like they were childhood friends and were kind of lovers, even though they both went to marry other people. I wish Dr. K had heard that, but you're very welcome. This is all for you. I'm going to try not to get emotional, but I'm always, it impacts me a lot to know that what we're doing is helping. Thank you. Radha and Krishna, he just wants to know if that kind of love is something that humans can hope to achieve.
Did you explain who Radha and Krishna are?
Yeah, I was saying how they're kind of childhood sweethearts that both went on to marry others.
I used to hear you stuff by Victory and Friends. Do you agree with Logotherapy? My dad just asked that I find it hard to find meaning in a relationship.
Okay, I'm empathizing with you more now that you have to think about Radha Krishna and therapy of some sort.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not too familiar with the practicalities of logotherapy. But I think that I think Viktor Frankl is great. I think that Man's Search for Meaning is a very enlightening book. I think that, when you take a principle and you protocolize it into a therapy, which is essentially what we're doing with our coaching program, right? Like I have certain principles that guide me and we try to protocolize it. I think something is lost, to be honest. Because I think, and so the goal of our coaching program is not to teach you guys things. It's to help you guys have understanding of your own. And so I don't know what logotherapy looks like, but
Thank you.
Thank you. So, my bigger concern is that if you think about, why has losing your dad made you lose meaning in life or find purpose? Because was your dad your purpose in life? No. I don't think so anyway. I don't usually think of that as like being someone's purpose in life. So I think chances are what's going on with you is that grief or other kind of negative emotions are keeping you from feeling your purpose in life. It's not that you lost it. It's just that you're not connected to it right now. And when we think about most of our community, like all it takes is digging to find out what your purpose is. It's not that you lack purpose. It's that you can't feel it and you don't know what it is because your mind is spent on video games or this or that or social anxiety or ego or like all this other, like your mind is occupied with like, oh, this girl doesn't like me. And as long as your mind is filled with that stuff, how are you ever going to have space to listen to your purpose? And if we see that grief is somehow taking away your purpose in life, like, I mean, that would be different if, if your purpose was centered around that person, but it's not usually centered around your parents. So I'd say process your grief, work through it, and then reconnect with your purpose. It's not gone. It's just unplugged. Going back to Radha Krishna. So I think another interesting thing about Radha Krishna is, people were asking about monogamy and polyamory. Yeah. Go ahead, Moses. Did you say something, bro?
Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, my bad. Need to wrap and what you do with your headphones.
Gotcha. Done. I just unmuted it. It was muted. Okay. Fixed. So there was a question. Oh, no, they can't hear you now. Hold on. No, because it's not capturing my desktop audio, because you should be capturing my desktop audio.
Okay.
Okay.
And also, I'm going to pause that.
Okay. So going back to Radha Krishna. So so Radha, did you explain like who they are, like in terms of? Okay.
A little bit.
So Krishna
Lovers or childhood friends, like high school sweethearts.
Can we be academic, Andy?
No.
Let's just tell them who they are. Okay. So first of all, Krishna is sort of believed to be one of the incarnations of the god Vishnu in the Hindu tradition. So he lived in India probably a couple of thousand years ago, like maybe around 3,000 years ago, according to some historians. And so his story is one where, he grows up in a village and he sort of falls in love with this girl, Radha, or actually it's unclear whether he loves her even, right? She loves him. He loves her?
They're like childhood friends and then
Okay.
like sweethearts.
So the other interesting thing about Krishna is he ends up having how many wives?
But
Like
that's a
100?
whole story. Can I do the
Yeah,
storytelling,
go.
please?
Go for it,
Okay.
bro.
All right. Listen. So Krishna is this incarnation, right? And the whole thing with Krishna is he's supposed to show different sides of man. So he's known for like childhood antics, but then also this kind of lover side of which is kind of shown through Radha. And he was like a pleasure seeking person in general, right?
Krishna?
Yeah.
I thought you were the one who was telling the story.
Okay, fine. We'll tell the whole story another time, but for the sake of the question, it's just I think a fun flirtatious thing that has a beginning and an end is fine, and people go on and get married to people that are more suited to their life, but you can still idealize that love that you might have had at another point in time. That's all I got.
I lucked out.
Great. Can we move to the next one?
Sure. Because my flirtatious fun relationship turned out to be the same as my long-term relationship. A winner is me. That's charming, but is that flirtation?
Are you
That's
flirting with other people about your relationship?
No, I'm being charming towards you.
Well, then you're flirting with me.
I didn't have enough money to donate, so I had to steal SpaghettiOs from a homeless guy to fund this message care.
Okay, so here's what I have to say to that.
SpaghettiOs are garbage.
You're missing something. If you can fund enough for this donation by stealing SpaghettiOs from a homeless person, first of all, they may not be SpaghettiOs. And secondly, that person may not be homeless. Because what homeless person do you know that carries around $100 worth of SpaghettiOs?
I just donated my last kidney so I can donate more for you.
Guys.
Hope you can hit your donation goal. Too bad I am not gonna see you to hit it. Anyhow, my question is, what do you think, Abu?
What do you think? What?
Happened?
What do you think happened?
Yeah. What's at the top?
What?
What's at the top?
What's at the top? What does that mean?
What do you think happened?
At what? Where?
Where did it go?
What are you talking about? I literally do not understand what you're referring to. Where did what go?
Where did it go?
The kidney?
What's at the top?
At the top of what?
These are great icebreaker questions, by the way.
What's at the top?
Just go up to random people at a party and be like, "What's at the top?" The best answer I've ever heard is a cherry.
I was thinking a penis. But I can talk about.
How did you feel about Dr. K starting on Twitch? I was optimistic that it would go nowhere and we could move on to doing something else, but I'm very happy that this is what it is. It's been really fun, and
Let's
I
get
think
that
it's the right
50k
place.
goal and beyond. The amount you care about complete strangers is amazing, and thank you for all you have already done for the gaming community already.
Okay, let's think about that for a second. What?
Why? Why can't we just take it at face value? You're just saying thank you. Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Thank you should never be taken at face value.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's what's wrong with the world. Is people say thank you and then they say you're welcome and then you're done with the interaction. Like, why the fuck do you think the world is the way it is? It's because we don't
we don't say thank you properly?
No, it's because we don't accept thank you properly.
Okay, tell me how we should accept
Because the expression of gratitude is like, thank you.
I do agree with this.
So I want to explain something. We don't.
First of all,
The amount.
welcome.
You're welcome. I'm not. You're welcome. I'm very, very grateful. Really, I am. Because this is the thing, right? So like when you give this money, you're giving it to a complete stranger. So you're giving it. I'm not caring about. If I'm caring about a complete stranger, you're caring about a complete stranger. But my whole point is that I don't think that we are caring about complete strangers. when you say the amount that you care about complete strangers is amazing, that would be amazing. But I'm not caring about complete strangers. I'm caring about me. I'm caring about the thousands of me's that exist, or the tens of thousands of me's that exist. I'm caring about the person that I used to be when I was 23 years old and a complete failure at life and trying to figure out what to do with my life and all that kind of crap. Right? And when you donate that money, you're not caring about a complete stranger. It's not like a complete stranger. There's like another human being out there, or soul, or call it whatever you want to, that you're giving something that you had to work hard to get to help like another human being. Complete stranger is so lifeless. And so I honor your donation because I think like it helps another human being. And like that person's life is going to be like impacted literally because of that $100. I cannot stress this enough. That we are building something where we have to pay people to code, and because they're coding, like we're going to hopefully do the work that we set out to do. And we'll show you guys data and stuff like that,
Yeah.
comments, and when we ask people.
You guys also keep us accountable, right?
Yeah. But not too accountable.
Give us some room to figure
Moving
this out.
to
We're doing
Austin
something that
soon.
we've never
Hope
done
to see
before.
you at the meetup if I move in time.
Cool, man. So just to clarify a couple of things, I hope to see you too. So first of all, I want to hug everyone in Twitch chat. And that's
It's
a problem
been
because
great
of COVID.
seeing you on Twitch. Mrs. K is awesome.
I completely agree.
You're awesome.
So the Austin meetup is going to be originally for streamers. That's the plan right now. But I know. Okay, so we want to do stuff with our community. And in August of 2019, we did a retreat that was about a week long. And so we're thinking about doing other things for you guys. The Austin post-COVID meetup, I think, is going to be with streamers. But we definitely, like, I don't, I love the streamers, but I also love all of you guys. And y'all aren't complete strangers to me. And we want to, like, I want to hang out with y'all. Like, I don't want to do this on Twitch. I want to do this in person. And so we're going to try to figure out how to make that work. And so I hope you guys, when we do 1 or 2 or 5, like, it's going to be down the road because we're still trying to figure out how to, save everyone's life and give them meaning and all that shit. Once we get all that sorted out, then we're going to have some fun with it, and we're going to go places, and we're going to see you guys in person. I don't know how it's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen, because it is not my place to say that that is going to happen, because I do not have the power, the capacity, or the resources to make that happen. And this is why I love so much that you guys support the work that we do, because I have a dream to one day go to a place where all y'all fuckers are hanging out, and then we're going to hang out, and we're going to hug, and we're going to learn each other, and we're going to respect each other, and we're going to feel better about ourselves, and we're going to feel our emotions, and it's going to be great. And I just don't know when exactly that's going to be or how to do it, because right now, if we did that, everyone would die of COVID. So that's a problem.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're working on it. Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you so much, you guys. Should we go back to relationship?
Yeah, but most people who are donating are not asking questions.
Right. So, I have a history of scaring off women or scarring off women. Is that 2 R's?
No, it's scaring.
Okay. Ooh, what's that?
I'm clicking all of the buttons. They will.
As someone who would be considered successful but still felt completely lost, I was fortunate enough to start seeing someone, and since finding your content our sessions have drastically changed. I want others to experience the same. Keep up the good work.
Thanks, man. Or woman. Yeah, that's what we're here for. So here's the thing, right? So like some time ago, people were like, Dr. K, you should make a course. And we're going to do that at some point. We're working on that kind of thing. But I just don't think that that's enough, right? I don't think that like sitting in front of your computer screen and like looking at PowerPoints and watching videos of me is as powerful.
Can we go back to the scaring off the girlfriend?
Yeah, I'm clicking these buttons, but nothing's happening.
Can hold on.
As someone who has gotten professional help after seeing your content, thank you so much. Words can't describe how you've helped us all out.
Thank you very much, my friend. I honor your gratitude, and I am great. I feel good
I have a
because
history of scaring off women that I'm in relationships with by being needy and overthinking. Even when I'm aware of it, it seems to happen every time. I am currently single, but how do I solve this in the future?
great question.
I like this question.
Does that mean you're going to answer it?
It means I'm going to disagree with you thoroughly on whatever you say. Go ahead.
Okay. So I take an issue with the word every time. So like, when we, so just listen very carefully, right? He says, every time I overthink and I scare people away. That's not true, right? So like, when I think about getting into med school, every time I applied to med school, I didn't get in. 90 after 90, I applied to 90 places and I didn't get in. And don't be confused with that the past performance does not indicate future return. That's like a saying from, like trading and like finance. So just because it's been true thus far does not mean it has to be true forever. Like if you think about, that's just not how life works. So first of all, every time you notice, sure, maybe the relationship falls apart, but every time you notice, you level up a little bit, right? Like that's the big thing that we don't understand. Like when we live our life, we don't think about gaining XP and getting better. Every failure that you have is you leveling up, and it increases the chances of your success the next time. But the problem is that logically, if I failed 5 times, why would I expect to win the 6th time? Because in our logic, if you think about like no philosopher and nobody who debates on YouTube considers the basic aspect that humans level up. That's just not a part of their argument. Like most of their arguments just fall apart if you include leveling up. They're like, oh, like so and so, but like then people would be homeless. But like, no, man, like people level up. They're not just going to be homeless. Like people level up, and you're leveling up too. And the next,
just having the wherewithal to understand that is what's happening. That's a big step.
Yeah, so you're going to get better at it, right? And then one day you're going to meet someone who asked one of the questions at the beginning of the stream is, what do I do with someone who has low self-worth? And one day you're going to meet that person and you're going to scare them off. Sorry, my hands are over. You're going to scare them off by being overly thinking and needy. And they're going to be the person who's like, how do I be in a relationship with someone who doesn't recognize their self-worth? And then it'll work out, right? So just keep trying. The other concrete thing is to recognize that your neediness doesn't come from them. It comes from a hunger in here that they can satisfy. But ultimately, they're satisfied, even though they can satisfy the hunger that you need someone to tell you that you're okay. They can make it, they can satisfy it for a time, but just like regular hunger, it's going to come back, right? So like, you're like, oh, tell me that I'm okay and tell me that I'm not a piece of shit. And then the other person is like, yeah, man, like you're an awesome person. And then you feel full for a while. And then a day goes by, an hour goes by, a week goes by, and then the hunger returns. And then you go to them again. And then they say, yes, you're an awesome person. And the hunger goes down. And then eventually, sometimes what happens is if something happens in your life where you're feeling very, very hungry, they're telling you, here, take the food, take the food, take the food. And then you're not getting full, you're not getting full, you're not getting full. And then they burn out. They just can't take it anymore. They can't fulfill your emotional needs. And you drive them away. So your salvation, sure, you can find the right person who may be able to satisfy you. But the other question is, why are you hungry in the first place? Where do you get the idea that you need someone else to tell you what your value is? Where did you lose the idea that you have value? And that's what you need to work on. And the more that you work on that, the more the relationship stuff will get easier.
Okay. So I think you need a sounding board. I think you need somebody that is between the feelings of neediness and the scaring off of women. So you need some kind of intermediary to help you process that. And if that's a therapist that helps you figure out where your neediness comes from, great. If it's a friend or, I don't know, a sister, a cousin, whatever, it doesn't matter. But I would just go there, and it doesn't need to be personal, like where does my neediness come from? It can just be like, here are the facts of what happened. Like, is this an appropriate way to go forward? But remember the small yes thing. Make it easy for people to say yes to you. Don't give them big asks that are hard to say yes to. Three months ago, my girlfriend?
Yep. I hit the button. Okay. This is what we see so far. So
Go to the here. Can I?
Yep.
Here.
Oh, awesome. Oh, this is a cool page.
I was trying to show you a while ago.
My girlfriend of 2 years left me 3 months ago. She cheated on me and left multiple times. She already has someone new. I have been miserable ever since. She said it doesn't take work for it to.
Okay, here's what you should do. Throw yourself a party that you dodged a huge bullet. Just move on to the next. You only spent 2 months in that. Good for you. People spend sometimes years in these relationships. You're very lucky to get out when you did. Bye. Throw a party. Pour yourself a drink. You can drink with us. Or
Unless you have
do
an alcohol
something.
problem.
Don't
Then
do it if
drink.
you have an alcohol problem. But if you want to have a happy drink,
He was in the relationship for 2 years, not 2 months.
2 years. Oh, fuck. No. I'm sorry, man. How do you move on?
So here's what I'd say. Sorry to puncture what you said.
There months ago,
2
my
years.
girlfriend of 2 years left LDR. She cheated and emotionally abused. She already has a new person and I am suffering. We were on track to working on it. Then she left saying it.
Okay, then she left saying
It should not take work for it to work.
Yeah, so how do you move on? Okay, a couple of things. First thing I'd say is that it takes two people to make a relationship work. And if this person has the idea that it shouldn't take work for it to work out, like, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sure we both completely disagree with that. The best relationships are built on sweat, right? Like, relationships take work. Like what you guys, I get that, I think we're displaying essentially a loving, healthy relationship. And I'm not trying to be arrogant about that, but like this takes work, right? Like we fight
Take work.
every day, not every day, but a lot. And sometimes we have bad fights and sometimes, it's like it takes work. And so I think that the way that you move on, first of all, is so there are a couple of different things. The first thing is emotionally or intellectually to recognize that you don't want to invest in a relationship that someone else is not investing in. And I want you guys to listen to this, okay? Listen to what this person actually says.
Up. 3 months ago. Here, right here.
So then she left saying it should not take work to work out. You don't want to be in a relationship that someone else is not investing in. That relationship is never going to go well. If she's like, yeah, it shouldn't require my effort to make this relationship work, it should just happen on its own. And the whole reason that you guys were together for 2 years is because you were doing 90% of the lifting. How do you move on? You recognize that there's another human being out there who will do 90% of the lifting for you. And then you give 90% and they give 90%, and then you guys are going to be set. And then she's still going to be fucked because she's going to be cheating on the next dude.
Our culture has just devolved into this thing of like check boxes where it's like, well, if this person has a job, it'll be less work. If this person, drives a nice car, if this person has no like divorces or former kids, whatever, like we all take these shortcuts into basically telling ourselves like what is going to take the least amount of work into a relationship. Don't fall for that. Relationships will always take work. And the delusion is going into a relationship thinking that, oh, because all these boxes are checked, there is not going to be that much work. That's setting yourself up for so much failure for potentially an amazing thing. Relationships are hard.
Yeah, so here's how I think you should move on. You should look for the person who put as much as you did into your last relationship. And that's the person that you should be with.
Because if you put that much energy into it and that person puts that much energy into it, it's going to be like the sum is going to be greater, right?
Yeah. You don't want to do, it's like you got to have 2 carries. Just like League of Legends or Dota, the more carries that you have in the game, the more your chances of success. 5 carries, 5 ADCs.
What does somebody actually do to move on though? Like, how do you process that
So-
first week of emotions?
Yeah, so I think that's like, you lean on your support systems, you talk about the hurt and all that good stuff.
Treat it like a death. Like, grieve for the death of that relationship. It's over, it's gone.
Also, buy yourself a drink, man, because you dodged a bullet.
You really did.
Just because it's a 2-month,
did.
not a 2-year relationship instead of a 2-month relationship.
Because relationships between
Stronger,
two
man.
people this work, but like, can you imagine having kids and like putting
Yeah.
like, no.
Yeah. And then practically, I think like I was saying earlier, one way to move on is to, get neurologically and sexually excited by intellectually excited, emotionally excited about someone else. So go and meet someone else and recognize that, and like someone out there, if you're willing to invest this much in a bad relationship, other people would be lucky to
Are you
to take
for a rebound?
No,
That's what it sounds like.
no, it's not. A rebound implies that it's like, I'm saying look for the next relationship, not like just, but if you want to go for a rebound, go for it, bro. To each his own.
Socially distanced rebounding.
That's right. Okay.
I recently read some stuff. Oh, we did that one. 200 words cannot describe. Guys. 1,000. Whoa! At the top, the Xin. How do you pronounce Xin?
Shin.
Shin. As someone who...
Shin. Shin.
Radha Krishna 16,000 wife polygamy relationship, but my question, can we love someone wholeheartedly that marriage and sex is irrelevant? If so, does marriage and sex mean something? Love from India. We are...
Okay.
Yes, you can love somebody that's already married. Absolutely. 100%.
I wouldn't say that they're irrelevant, though. All right, so the person's question is, our marriage, can you love someone in a marriage and sex, like without marriage and sex? Like, I think you can love someone, but I don't think that that's healthy. So here's Radha Krishna 16,000 wife polygamy relationship. But my question is, can we love someone wholeheartedly that marriage and sex is irrelevant? If so, does love and sex mean something?
Okay, can I read this? Actually, no, probably not. Does marriage and sex mean something? We are NPC to our father. All right, love right back to you, Victory Vijay in India.
Victory Vijay?
Victory Vijay.
Bahut saras.
Vijay means victory, by the way, you guys. So, wholeheartedly, can you love somebody with sex being irrelevant? I think wholeheartedly you can, but love is not wholehearted, like your whole body. I think sex is part of it.
I mean, so here's what I'd say. Can you love someone wholeheartedly without marriage and sex? Sure, but I don't think that that's healthy.
Is that
Right?
like the idealization thing?
No, I mean, just think about like you want to love someone for whom, depending on what you want, marriage and sex is a piece of it. Because it's going to feel shitty to love someone that you know, if you're interested, cannot be married to or build a life with. Let's put it that way. Let's forget the term marriage for a second. And also that you can't have sex with. Like, depending on the kind of love it is. I'm assuming that this person is referring to romantic love.
So are you telling them that's possible, but you shouldn't do it?
Yes. I think you owe it to yourself to find love with someone for whom you can also have a sexual relationship or build your life with. Absolutely.
Or get 16,000 wives.
Yeah. So what Victory Vijay is saying is that apparently Krishna had 16,000 wives. And so that's polygamy pog.
All right.
And it's interesting to see like what Hindu people do in terms of mental gymnastics around that idea and how they try to still support essentially like a monogamy kind of thing. So they're like, oh no, he did it because they were broken.
No. What? Okay. We can we'll talk about Krishna another time.
Krishna was a Chad pog. There should be a Virgin Chad meme. Virgin Chad? Virgin versus Chad? With Krishna and Ram.
Ooh.
If you guys know what that means. Anyway. 2 very obscure references that maybe no one understands. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how to get...
Let's go back to questions, unless we want to go to Shin.
Yeah,
Words cannot describe how much I appreciate the work that you're doing. It means everything. I don't know what else to say other than thank you for everything that you do.
Okay, so let's think about this for a second.
It's been great seeing you on Twitch. Mrs. K is awesome.
Okay, I'm going to pause Lars for a second. So so words cannot describe what you do.
Oh, don't get hung up with this stuff,
fine.
please.
Fine.
Thank you. Let's go back to relationship questions. That's what we're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, but we're all the way down here. Hold on. Let's do Shins, right? Because we're doing text to speech. Okay. So Shin says, thank you for your $1,000 donation, by the way. As someone who would be considered successful but still felt completely lost, I was fortunate enough to start seeing someone, and since finding your content, our sessions have drastically changed. I want others to experience the same thing. Thank you. Dude, Shin, thank you, buddy. And yeah, that's what we're here for. I'm glad you started seeing someone. I assume that means therapist. That could mean relationship. Either way, if our sessions have helped you with your therapist and or relationship, which is an interesting conundrum, literally that's what we're here for, right? We're here to help you do the things that you normally do in life, but do them with more vigor and satisfaction and joy. And thank you for
vigor and satisfaction and joy with the therapist.
I'm just thinking about vigor in the therapy session, like, people being like sweaty. That's, sounds sexual, but I mean, therapy can be intense, man. Let me tell you what, like I get emotional. I mean, you guys see that from time to time. I do that with my clients too. You can definitely do it. Like you can half-ass it, or you can be invested and it's like
100% asset.
100% full asset. Full asset.
You inspired me to become a psychiatrist myself. Starting next year and then only 1,112 years to go. When I am finished I am gonna branch out Healthy Gamers to Germany. Love you both, your work and all my fellow humans in here.
Why does it get cut off?
No, but I think you should just read the thing. Yeah.
Okay. But I like the robotic voice. Okay, let's do this. All right, so... dude, thank you very much. I'm glad you decided to become a psychiatrist because we need psychiatrists that are not boomers, right? Because like that's what we need. We need people who are coming to your office and you have to know whether a pill is going to help them or they need to talk about their feelings or both, because both can help and they can have synergistic effects. And that's cool, man. I think it's a wonderful profession. I think it's a lot of fun to do. I really enjoy doing it. I think I'm really, really, really lucky and grateful to be able to spend my days talking to noobs, because we're all noobs and that's what I'm in it for. Awesome, man. Good luck to you. And by the way, we want to expand more.
Yeah. We're going to do this baby steps.
Yeah, we have to do it because of lawyers. But
tell you how many lawyers. But yeah, we want to be able, if you need help, we want to be able to help. So
turns out that it's complicated to just do things all over the world. Who knew?
Yeah, I can't tell you how many meetings I've been in. They're like, which states? And I'm like, all of them.
Yeah, and also like, which countries? And they're like, all of them. All of the countries. Where do you want to help people? Everywhere.
Great.
Everywhere. Yes, the internet. Where are your clients? On the internet. Where is that? Everywhere. And then the lawyer's like, that's going to cost you a lot of money for us to be able to do things in every single country.
We need to talk about the 50 state system and how they all have different tax structures. It is ridiculous. Not now.
Okay, I think we
I'm
have to.
dating someone who has been interested in me for much longer than I've been into them. I was dating someone else before and rejected my current date. I feel guilty about that. What can I do to put those feelings aside?
I don't think you should put the feelings aside. I think you should share that with your current partner because that'll probably make them feel better and you guys can kind of move past it. So what I'm hearing is that you guys have a specter over your relationship, right? Which is that she was into you and you rejected her and now you guys are dating. So by the way, for all of you other people who are like interested in, I'm interested in someone and she's just interested in being friends, you got to be careful because this case kind of tells us that you should never give up hope. But it sounds like you guys have a specter over this relationship, which is that she was into you before. And so I think you guys just have to clear that air, right? Like you got to say like, hey, I feel bad for turning you down earlier. Like I was in, and then also like you can kind of come out as a decent guy because you were like, I was in a relationship then. And, I didn't want to betray that relationship and I didn't want to explore things with you. It has nothing to do with you. It has to do with like my commitment to the relationship that I'm in. Right. And that's gonna win you miles. And then also like just share that you feel bad about it and that you feel bad that you hurt her or may have hurt her. And then hopefully you guys talk that through and then y'all can just be free of that specter and then you move on.
Don't let this fester.
Yeah. Okay. I think
I'm dating someone who that was the thing.
Yeah.
Apologies that this isn't relationship oriented.
Okay. Well, we want to do things
As someone who would be considered successful but still felt completely lost, I was fortunate enough to start seeing someone, and since finding your content our sessions have drastically changed. I want others to experience the same thing. Thank you.
Strong work, bro. Thank you very much.
Do you want to find a couple more relationship
Apologies
questions?
that this isn't relationship oriented, but I've learned through your work that I've always had an unconscious lack of self-acceptance and self-validation. What's your advice on reaching that state of being satisfied with yourself?
I mean, I think this is kind of relationship.
Apologies that this isn't relationship oriented, but I've learned through your work that I've always had an unconscious lack of self-acceptance.
So the question was coming to terms with like basically who you are.
Yeah, so I think, this relates actually a lot to the earlier relationship advice questions, because it's like, how do I, if they don't feel confident about themselves, if I don't feel confident about myself.
Right.
So I think it comes back to what I've said time and again, which is like, try to find, so there are two different solutions to a lack of confidence. Number one is to find where your confidence was lost and then explore that, because chances are it wasn't fair for you to lose confidence. Like oftentimes when people feel like they've lost confidence, it's because someone didn't treat them well. It's not because you did anything wrong, right? So things that shatter your confidence are like being physically or sexually abused as a child. Like it's reasonable that has the effect of shattering your confidence, but it also is not logical. So go back to where you lost your confidence. When was the last time you felt confident and what happened to get rid of your confidence? And work through that and think through that and really see if it's fair for you to feel the way that you do, or whether it's a kind of a logical or like good conclusion. Fair isn't, it's fair to have your feelings, but whether it's good to feel whether your feelings are like appropriate or whether your conclusions are appropriate is a better way to put it. And then the second thing to do is there are some ways in which you can gain confidence. And what I try to think about is I think confidence gets shattered by other human beings, and confidence does not benefit from other human beings, right? So like when I feel judged or when I'm concerned about other people validating me or liking me or things like that, that all like hampers my confidence. If we look at Twitch chat and social media and all that stuff, none of that stuff helps your confidence. It can give you validation, Validation is what makes someone without confidence feel good for a time. It's not confidence, though. Confidence comes from within. And so the best way to gain confidence is spend time with nature, because nature doesn't give a fuck who you are. It doesn't care how many likes you have. It doesn't care whether you have hair or not. It doesn't care how many followers you have. It doesn't care if you have acne. It doesn't care if you have a job. Nature is nature. So go out into nature and like spend a couple of days in nature and grab a kayak and kayak across a stream and then go climb a boulder and spend some time with trees and hike to the top of a mountain. That's where confidence
gets
comes from.
strong. Okay, I have some to add on to that. So I don't know if you can see my thing here, but you can have peaks and valleys of what your confidence is doing. And I think that is different from whether your confidence is just declining in general, or if your confidence is just, I don't even know what I did, or getting better. So depending on where you are, well, also it's mirrored and I can't see. Mirror. So depending on
Fog.
let's just think about this for a second. Oh no.
You have become this is where there's a step.
Okay.
Mirror.
All right. But if your confidence is always fluctuating, going up and down that's one thing, right? You need to figure out what sends you up and what sends you down. If you feel like your confidence is just being chipped away at, you need to figure out what's chipping away at it. And if you're just going to keep going down. If you're going up and somebody's just knocking you off, that's a whole other thing. But if you're an up and down kind of thing, I would say that's the most worrying to me than if you are kind of on a trajectory and you get knocked off. If you're steadily going down, I feel like that's more straightforward. That's something that you really need to see somebody and take seriously.
Okay. Sorry, I couldn't attend to what you were saying because you sounded, first of all, like me, which is overly academic and explanatory. And secondly, I just see pictures of my face plastered all over chat, which now that I know it is my face is actually quite disturbing.
It is. Your face is disturbing.
You know what's really disturbing?
Tell me.
Is there's the possibility that there's going to be merch that has my face on it.
No. We control the merch. Don't worry. If you don't want it out there, it won't be there. I'm going to move you.
No, you're pushing me
this way.
No.
I need to move this way.
Okay. But now you're in the background.
That's okay. I'm always in the background.
You're in. Look at that badonkadonk. All right, let's do questions. All right, so we're gonna have this going, and y'all want to do Twitter? Moses, should we do Twitter or should we do Reddit's? We'll do maybe another 5 questions. Moses, dude, Moses is
Wait, oh, my microphone disconnected. I don't know what happened.
Should we do Twitter? We can probably do another 5 questions. Let's do Twitter or Reddit's.
Wait, I have a good Reddit question.
Oh hell yeah, dude.
Okay.
Lay it on me, bro.
Let me find it. Oh.
There's probably a joke to be made about McLovin and polygamy.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm having trouble wrapping my head around it, but we should have a relationship advice with McLovin.
I was gonna say, actually, no, I don't know if I want to say it.
How does that make you feel, McLovin?
The content idea I thought was you actually commentate an e-date.
What is an e-date?
I had a Tinder date on Zoom, and I just stream it, and then you just commentate.
Oh, hells yes, my friend. Oh my god.
Then we can make it a stretch goal. Fuck it.
Dude, sacrifice your dignity, bro. Just take it and offer it up onto the altar that is Twitch.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
Twitch is a
well,
hungry and vengeful god.
Okay.
What did you just commit to?
I didn't commit to anything. I've
I
learned my
committed.
lesson. McLovin, on the other hand, is fresh meat.
I'll make a milestone out of it.
All right, so what's the question, bro?
I posted in Discord.
Oh, this guy's got a good thought. It's the goal for $58,870.
No.
Okay.
Not that cheap.
All right, so here's the question. I'm addicted to forming... Thanks for finding this, by the way, Moses.
No problem.
I'm addicted to forming parasocial relationships with female streamers on Twitch, especially the Asian ones. I started as a lurker in their chats, but slowly worked my way up to moderator with a bunch of them. I dedicate 30% of my monthly earnings to these women through donations and gifted subscriptions, and in return, they give me countless hours of entertainment. And if I'm lucky, I'm able to have Discord calls sometimes. Anyway, so I have two questions. One, how do I take the next step to move this relationship forward? I want to fly to Korea to meet them in person, but I don't want to intrude on their personal space or make them feel weird. I'm a nice guy. There's that term again. So they will not be in danger. And two, I know you cannot diagnose people on the internet, but what condition would you say I am suffering from? Is this okay? I feel I am healthy, but my parents don't approve of my lifestyle or think I am wasting my income on false hope. Thanks, love the work that you do. Great question, man. Okay. You want to go or you want me to go? Okay. I thought this was more my league. Okay. So first thing is, bro, I think you got to come on stream, man. So this is one of those questions that I think like we have to understand you better, right? So we can't. So I want you guys to notice, first of all, Twitch chat, like what was your instinctive reaction? Your instinctive reaction was judgment, right? Like it's judgment. And then like we don't want to judge because judge doesn't help us understand. It's just like, so I think there are a lot of questions. I don't have an answer for you because I have way too many questions. I don't feel like I can give you a simple answer to this. You know, that, and let's just start with, you know, so first of all, I commend you for recognizing what you're doing. And that, I mean, if we look at the question, he says, I'm addicted to forming parasocial relationships with female streamers on Twitch. Okay. So like the question, I mean, I think I have a bunch of questions for you. And I think if you want an answer from me, I don't think I can give you one because this is a little bit outside the scope of my experience, you know, which is what is it that, how does it feel when you do these kinds of things and you get this kind of attention? And more importantly, like what feelings are you running away from by engaging in this kind of behavior? Because I think it's not just about positive reinforcement, it's about the avoidance of like negative things. So when you try to actually talk, instead of a Twitch streamer, what is it about a Twitch streamer that makes you feel safe in engaging with them? Because I think a big issue here is safety, and I don't think you feel safe. And you know, you're a nice person, unclear whether you're a good person, and we have to explore that, right? And you have to explore whether you really are a good person. And I think you recognize that something about what you do will be off-putting to people, which is why you include that to begin with. Like think about, you know, the kinds of questions that people ask are so enlightening about like who they are. So he says, one, how do I take the next step to move this relationship forward? So the first thing is that I'm addicted to forming parasocial relationships, plural, with multiple female streamers on Twitch. And then you ask a question, how do I take the next step to move this relationship forward? Which relationship are you talking about? Because it sounds like what you do is form multiple relationships that all sort of satisfy some kind of itch. So which relationship is it that you want to move forward? I think that's the first question you've got to ask yourself. There are a lot of first questions you've got to ask yourself.
But also forward to what?
Yeah. Right? And you say, I want to fly to Korea to meet them in person, but I don't want to intrude on their personal space or make them feel weird. Good for you. I'm a nice guy, so they will not be in any danger. Also good. But I think the fact that you include that you're a nice guy and I mean, no one here in all of the questions that they've asked, no one has said the person that I'm talking about will not be in any danger. right? So like you recognize that there's something a little bit out of the scope of standard dating or relationship behavior, which you have to specify that no one's in any danger. And I believe you. I don't think that anyone's in any danger. But I think this goes down to like, you know, you want to move this relationship forward. Why do you form these connections with this kind of person? What keeps you from forming these connections with people who are not Twitch streamers? And we don't want to be judgmental. We don't want to say it's right or wrong. We just want to understand what it is. And then once we understand what keeps you from forming these connections with other people, then we can explore. Then you decide whether you're okay with that or not okay with that. And then we have to ask, like, when you say, how do I move this relationship forward? Like Ruthie said, what do you want from the relationship? What do you want the relationship to look like? And what is it about these people that, you know, lures you like a moth to a flame? And the last thing that I would really, really think about is that I know you cannot diagnose people on the internet. You're right. But what condition would you say I'm suffering from? The short answer is I have no fucking idea, because this is not something that they taught me in residency. This is what I'm saying, is that like I don't think that everything can be reduced to I wouldn't diagnose you with anything. I don't know. Like, diagnose implies that you're mentally ill. I don't think you're mentally ill. Right? Like, this is new. Like, there are weird things that are going on. Like, we have a brain that was designed to deal with like humans that were like playing with rocks and fire, not forming connections with people that are thousands of miles away who we've never met. Our brain wasn't designed for this shit. And so I wouldn't diagnose you with anything, man. Even if, I mean, legal stuff aside, like, I don't, like, is this depression? No. Is it anxiety?
A scapegoat? Does the diagnosis feel like a scapegoat?
Absolutely. Right? This is exactly what I'm saying. Is like, you guys cannot be reduced to a diagnosis. I can't give you an acronym that you can then Google or look up on WebMD that explains who you are.
Worse, right? Like, you
Yes.
being diagnosed, like, in some way buys you some forgiveness, right? And like gives you some grace.
Yeah, so like a diagnosis can be good and bad, right? So if we call video game an addiction, what is that? How does that benefit us? So like calling it an addiction is good in some ways, because it sort of like connects you to a community where other people suffer in the way that you do, right? So like it sort of like lumps you in with a group of people, but then that can also be bad in some ways. But it lets you connect with others. So what your diagnosis is, I don't know, man.
Wait, hold on. Are we trolled? Was that a troll question?
I don't think so.
Wait, do you want to know?
Yeah, I think it is.
I can tell you, but I don't. So, like, if you look at that guy's Reddit account, it's just like a bunch of, he just like manufactures like stuff like this.
Great.
I still want him to come on stream.
Yeah, that's a whole
Then
other
the question is, why the fuck do you spend your days manufacturing shit on Reddit? And then they say, for the lulz. And then the question is like, why do you spend your day for the lulz? Like, what's going on, man?
Can you get him on?
Anyway, we'll see.
I can try.
Right, because I think that there's like a kernel of truth to like this person is looking for something on Reddit. And there's like, I mean, even if it's fucking manufactured, like that doesn't, like why spend your day manufacturing this kind of stuff? And they say for the lulz. For the lulz is not a real answer. It's an umbrella term, like lazy. It's like, what's your actual motivation? I find it amusing. Why do you find that amusing?
Okay.
It's like when people ask questions like, I'm curious. Like, I'm curious about, you know, your sexuality. Like, why are you curious about, of all the things, like, why are you curious about my sexuality? That means something, right? What your mind naturally is drawn to indicates something about you. And I'm sad that that's a fake. Man, it's sad, dude, because I know this shit happens, dude. I know I know there are people out there who spend a lot of money on streamers, ourselves included, right? And I've even asked, anyway.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, next question.
Okay.
Let me get it.
And I like want to talk to them, right? Like, let's understand, like, because this is the thing. That's happening on Twitch, man. It's not just one dude.
Right. It's basing it on.
Yeah, that shit's real.
And like, we got to understand, like, what is happening to us, guys? Why are we doing this? Anyway.
The first thing to realize, and let me just think for a second, is that we need more healing.
We do need more healing. Thanks. Cow Sky Bun. By the way, awesome name, bro. And I'm assuming you're a dude. But, you know, I call her bro too. So I don't know if that makes me more or less sexist or not woke. Let's call it not woke.
It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. You can offend people very easily nowadays.
Okay.
Not my intention. So thanks for supporting the AoE healing, man. So let's do this. Okay. How can I stop thinking with my penis? Like in my head, I want to think through getting a relationship logically and with what I feel. But when I get near a woman, like within 3 feet, my hormones kick in. I get a hard on. A lot of what I think of in that moment is her naked. This gets me flustered, can't act normal, and ultimately ruin my chances. I will let the woman answer this one. Boner zoned.
Honestly, I think it's kind of cute when people are like so overwhelmed, but I think this might be like a meditation opportunity to just like calm down or something. What do you think?
A meditation opportunity when you have an erection. Meditate upon her.
Like you can't see past just like this person naked. Like it just like kind of runs wild fantasies and then can't act normal.
I gotta think for a second. I'm trying to calibrate what you just opened yourself up to, along with answering this question. Okay, hold on. Okay, like in my head, I want to think through getting a relationship logically with what I feel, but when I get near a woman, hormones kick in, I get a hard on, and a lot of what I think about in that moment is her naked. Okay. So
like a control the thought.
Yeah, so the first thing is that if you get an erection, you can stop an erection, generally speaking, by clenching a particular muscle group or holding your breath. So respiratory patterns are really can affect, the retention of blood in your penis, which is literally what an erection is. And so you can stop the erection that way. Like, I have a couple of other questions for this person. Like, first of all, so my general thought is that prolonged exposure without anything that fuels the sexual thinking will make the sexual thinking die down. So if if you get near someone, like you're not going to have a boner for like an hour, right? If you get near someone and you get an erection and you start thinking sexual thoughts, just notice that you think the sexual thoughts, focus on your breathing a little bit, turn it internally. And then like after a couple minutes, chances are the boner is going to go away. And then like try to listen to what they're saying and intentionally direct your mind towards conversation or something like that. And this is where like, dude, here's the vision that I'm going to read this question to you guys, okay? How can I stop thinking with my penis? Like in my head, I want to think through getting a relationship logically and with what I feel. But when I get near a woman, I like within like 3 feet, hormones kick in, I get a hard on. And a lot of what I think in that moment is her naked. This gets me flustered, can't act normal, and ultimately ruin my chances. So why would you be thinking through getting a relationship logically when you're within 3 feet of a woman? Like that's like, you're way ahead of where you should be, bro. If you get within 3 feet, you shouldn't be thinking like, oh my God, how should I have a relationship with this person? You shouldn't be thinking about that, right? Like what? So here's what's going on. You step within 3 feet, you get an erection, you picture her naked, and you have those thoughts and feelings, and you don't act at all. You just stay quiet, right? And this is where maybe you creep her out, because you like step within 3 feet and then you don't do anything for a little while. But in a couple of minutes, what's going to happen is like your erection will go away and then your thoughts will start to kick in. So I want you guys to think about this sort of like in terms of exposure therapy. So in psychiatry, we sometimes do exposure therapy, which is we extinguish a particular response by exposing someone to the stimulus that gets them agitated. Right? So if you have a phobia, it's frequent with phobias. So let's say someone has claustrophobia and they have fear of getting into an elevator. So what we do is we walk the patient up to the elevator and we look inside the elevator, and then they have the anxiety response. It's a physiologic response. And then we just sit there and it's like, you're not going to step in the elevator. We're just going to watch the elevator. And then over time, like the anxiety response is going to go away. And then the next day we walk into the elevator, anxiety response comes. Physiologically, your heart rate increases, blood pressure increases, you have diaphoresis, you start, sweating, all that stuff. And then the anxiety response goes away. And eventually you can walk across an elevator and not get the anxiety response. The next step is then you step inside and then you get more of the anxiety response. Step into the elevator, out of the elevator. You don't even ride it, just in, out, right? Weird.
It's serious. Did you?
It's probably, I'm sure. So I'm just
Take it.
no. I'll call them back. Okay, hold on. I'll be back. You take over.
Yeah.
Hello?
All right. Prescribe something, so the pharmacy is calling him. All right. So Moses, what do I do? Check the Discord.
I'm like out of good questions actually.
Good question.
Let's see what Twitch chat says.
Yeah. Twitch chat, what do y'all got? Entertain, LSAP react, no. What is the most gamer thing Dr. K has done? He's gotten our older daughter into Battlestar. And she will run to the computer and she's like, let's play. But yeah, she's definitely into that. And then our other daughter, as you know, likes to stream. So she likes to pop in here. I think that's probably the most gamer thing. How do you deal with an ex who wants to be friends? Okay, when you're an ex, their feelings no longer trump your feelings. So if you want to be their friend, great. But if you don't want to be their friend, that's fine. I think you should also think of time as a dimension and just be like, now is not the right time. Maybe we can try again in 3 months or something like that. How much can you bench? Nothing. I cannot bench a thing.
Oh, like a good question. I don't know if you guys answered this. Like, when did you guys know you're gonna get married?
Within weeks. Yeah, it was very, we both knew within weeks. We were engaged 7 years later because we had conditions. I knew he was the right person for me, mainly because I knew he was the right person. It wasn't because I was seeking something in particular. It was just, I knew that I wanted to be with this person forever. But I also knew that I did not want to carry my whole life. So I wanted him to be able to get to where he wanted to be, and I wanted to support him through that. But I wanted to enter a marriage into on more even footing, if that makes sense.
Right.
Yeah. Though we've been together for a long, long time.
So you just kind of you just felt that you knew, right?
Yeah, so I felt like I knew that. Well, the other thing is that we weren't necessarily thinking marriage, kids. I was just thinking this is my person. And I think for him, he told me, he was like, I know we're going to get married. So, blah, 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 blah. I was like, oh, okay. And this was weeks into our kind of courtship. And it was more like our relationship was going to be part of our lives and our lives was going to be part of our relationship. But neither of us was thinking that, this person was going to be our life, or this relationship was going to be the thing that made us happy.
Right, that makes sense.
Does Alec being a psych make him better or worse in a relationship? I cannot tell you the amount of times I've been asked to think about something or how I feel about things. But I contrast that with a lot of people who are never asked how they feel about things or never asked to think about things. So, I mean, I would rather it be on this side. But it's really hard to win an argument with him. Really hard. What do you have to say for people who need space in their relationship, especially concerning the pandemic? I like this question, okay, because this is like an introvert extrovert thing, I think. People that need space in the relationship.
Like me?
Yeah, you need space. I like to, remember we used to call it your bubble?
Yeah.
And I like to pop his bubble because I like to get in his space.
That's like personal space, though. I think space in a relationship is a little bit different.
I like to pop that bubble too. Yeah. I think space is important. But also, if somebody needs space from you, that's another thing, you know? If they need space in general because they just need some time, but if they need, you know, space from you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's tough during COVID because like people do need space. And I think it's like Ruthie's saying, you guys have to differentiate between, you know, do you need space from, is it just because they're an introvert and they need space? Or even if they're not introverts, they still may need space. Or is there something that you are doing? Is it space from you or is it just space in general? And each of those needs to be understood. And if it's something you're doing, then, you know, you can work on that. I think let's go ahead and do the rest of the donations, then we should probably wrap up, huh?
Okay.
I think I see 3 donations if you want to just click those.
These up here, $1.
No, yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, this one?
So guys, we're going to do just whatever other text-to-speech donations we have, and then we'll go ahead and wrap up.
Okay, while that's figuring itself out.
What?
What is this name? Prunas Armenia CA? Shout out to my girlfriend Pippa, who is watching this. I love you, baby. Soon to be my future wife.
Oh man!
Congrats!
Sorry, bro.
Yay!
Get her to say yes. So let's not count our chickens before they hatch.
Gotta count something.
Pippa pod.
All right. Do I? What? I don't know.
Click the buttons. Click all of. Let me explain something to you.
Hello, Dr. and Mrs. K. I entered into a 7-year relationship when I was 16. I'm 26 now and I'm still struggling with being single in a world mostly centered around couples. What steps can I take to be content and happy being single?
I may keep going.
Okay.
What do you think?
You're 26. Live your life. Go to do stuff that you couldn't do when you were in a relationship when you were 22. Go do fun stuff.
Yeah, and it's tough, right? Like 26, like everyone starts getting paired and then they start doing couple things and you're like the one single person there. I mean, I don't understand what that's like because I've been in a relationship since I was 21, but I see it happening with my friends and I try to have, you know, one-on-one time with them. I think the thing is most people are not in a relationship at 26. So just because your friends have kind of paired off.
Yeah.
One is you can ask them to hook you up with someone. The second thing is like you can find a different set of friends that is kind of like where you are in life, like developmentally like appropriate from you. But it's rough. It's rough when you spend 7 years with someone and that kind of ends at 23, you know? It's like a lot of the, you know, growth around dating and learning how to talk to people and asking people out and stuff like that. Like kind of like it's hard to you kind of miss the boat there because in college and things like that, that's where a lot of that happens. So you got to just acknowledge that and then go back and, you know, kind of be with single people.
I don't know how this whole COVID situation is really going to impact, you know, the ability to travel and to like get out there. It's gonna be a lot harder if you can't get out. I don't know. I feel like that's gonna take a little bit of time for us to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, agreed. Hit play.
Here?
You mind if we switch? So I can drive.
So you can.
Click. I can click the buttons. Yeah, click.
I can click buttons.
Click the right ones.
Which
Totino's boy.
Totino's boy. Oh, I want some Totino's.
I was in a relationship with a married woman for a year until 2 weeks ago. I was constantly giving emotional and romantic support. I was promised marriage and children. I've been going through everything to not have baggage. Any extra advice to move on?
I think it was a bad idea to get into. If you get involved with somebody who's already in a relationship, you're only ever going to give that person what they're missing in a relationship. So you're always going to be kind of on the shit end of the stick. So if it helps, I would be happy that you're no longer always carrying the shit end of the stick. I know that takes a lot of kind of mental gymnastics, as you call it, but I think in the end, you're better for this.
Yeah, I mean, how to move on. I think exploring within yourself what it was that let you get into a relationship with a married woman. And was there something that was taken advantage of, or did you take shortcuts in terms of like your own confidence or where you thought you could find a relationship or something like that like allowed you to propagate this for a year? Right? Because like, I mean, I think it's kind of a bad idea to get into a relationship with a married person. Like she said, you're going to give them what they're missing from the relationship, but it's not going to be a complete relationship because they're in a relationship with someone else. And so what was it about this situation or yourself that allowed you to get into this situation? And I'm not blaming you for getting into the situation. I want you to recognize that there's something within you that's hungry for something. And then when you're hungry, you're going to get filled up wherever you can. And recognize that, because whatever it is that drove you towards that relationship is still there. And until you deal with that, that's how you move on, because then you can engage in relationships without that hunger driving you. So that's what I'd say. I'd say you got to figure out what was it that let you get into this relationship in the first place. How did she make you feel, or how did you feel about yourself, or before you were in the relationship or after you were in the relationship?
Are you hungry?
I am.
Okay. I can tell. I can tell by your analogies.
Food.
That you're hungry, yeah.
See, it's not that complicated. I think we're doing decock. Or no, Melojello?
You can do decock.
Decock. I think we did that one already. Do as you order. Click more buttons. This is what I gotta explain this to you, hon. No, don't click the same one more than once.
Hello,
Click
Dr. and Mrs. K. I entered into a 7-year relationship when I was 16. I'm 26 now and I'm still struggling with being single in a world mostly centered around couples. What steps can I take to be content and happy being single? Hello, Dr. and Mrs. K. I entered into a 7-year relationship when I was 16. I'm 26 now and I'm still struggling with being single in a world mostly centered around couples. What steps can I take to be content and happy being single?
Come here. Scoot. Scoot.
You scoot.
Scoot. Scoot. Scoot. No, get off the chair.
Ha.
Done. Okay, we're going to do this. Okay. Okay. So we're going to do like maybe 3 or 4 more questions, guys, and we got to wrap it up because our children are falling apart. Okay. So, hi, Mr. K and Mrs. K. I'm currently in the process of going from living with my parents to becoming their provider due to health issues and general old age. Tough and also strong work. How do you balance your relationship with your mom living with you? If ever there was a question that would end us getting divorced on stream, this is it. Yeah. So What, you want to start?
No, you go and then I will.
Tell me all the ways that I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Decock says focus on the tip of your penis and meditate. All right. So, like, how do you balance your relationship with your mom living with you? So I don't know if you mean your relationship with my mom or my relationship with my wife, with my mom living with us.
I think it's the second one.
So we can talk about both. I mean, the first is to recognize that. So I think a lot about dharma. So dharma is duty or responsibility. And as a child grows, the responsibility shifts between you and your parents, right? They take care of you first. And then in our culture and Indian culture, then you take care of them later when you're able to take care of them. And so as that shifts, you guys all have to recognize that that's happening. And so if they need to start respecting you as equals or colleagues as opposed to dependents. There are some things that you may still be dependent on them for, like laundry, and things like that. But so I really think a little bit about if you're the provider for the home, then sort of act like it, and recognize that may be like a bumpy transition. But you guys should probably just talk a little bit about what that feels like to them, and if there are things that need to change a little bit about the way you guys communicate or the way you guys spend money. I mean, I think that can be really tough, like, because usually you don't set limits. If you've been provided for, and someone else is making money, and then like that person stops making money and you're making money, like you guys have to come to some kind of mutually acceptable limit setting on like how the money is spent. And case in point, Kruti and I had a conversation about, I want to get a tandoor, she wants to get patio furniture. We just have to think a little bit about like how we navigate that, right? And just kind of get on the same page. So I think treat your parents as adults and colleagues, and try to navigate, how are you guys going to spend money, and like what's okay and what's not okay, and get on the same page.
Can you run a poll?
Yeah.
Would you rather have a tandoori something like once a month, or would you rather be able to sit outside every day?
Okay, so before we run that poll, let's just remember, when it comes to our patio furniture, how many days over the last year did you sit on that gigantic, ridiculous chair? And how many days did I grill?
I would have sat on the chair more if you hadn't gotten knocked out constantly.
That's fine. Ifs, shoulda, woulda, couldas.
No.
But how many days did we grill? And how many days did you sit on your chair? I'm pretty sure we grilled more than you sat on the chair.
Okay, but we're in a different climate now.
We are in a different climate. And you also appreciated all the grills when you were knocked up, and the many, meats, delicious meats.
Right, so get a grill, not a tandoor.
But we want to expand our grilling options. We are bringing our grill. I'm going to continue to grill.
We're going to do the barbecue stream when we get all of our stuff from Boston.
Needed so many meats, bros.
Yeah, dude.
They get hungry.
Okay, but we have like no furniture. We have one grill.
Look, I said get whatever kind of furniture you want. It's just what I'm saying is like that's an example of like having a conversation about financial resources. And sorry if that answer is kind of dry.
All right, so can you read the question one more time about the mom and the...
I'm currently in the process of going from living with my parents to becoming their provider due to health issues and general old age. How do you balance your relationship with your mom living with you?
Okay, so I'm a little confused on parents or just the mom. Like mom and dad are living with you, or just the mom? Because if the relationship balancing is between the mom and the girlfriend, that is one thing. But if you have both of the parents and you and your girlfriend are trying to live your life, that's going to be a little bit easier. Everyone's voting tandoor. Like, no, that's not true.
Look,
just
let me cook for you the most delicious foods. I will make for you naan and tandoori chicken. I will make it. No, that's not fair.
It's not fair.
At first you said I had to get the mini grill. At first, you said I had to get the mini grill, and I cooked well with the mini grill, and then we got the big grill. And the big grill,
If we had gone straight to big grill, do you think you would have cooked as much with the mini grill?
what I'm saying is that at this point, mommy, I deserve the big grill. I mean, the tandoor, because I used the little grill well, I used the big grill well, and I'm a big boy now, and I can handle the tandoor.
Please, we all know you're going to get the tandoor. But what are you going to make me in the tandoor that you can't make me on the grill?
Let my ass get a tandoor, and I will fucking show you. I will show you what I will make. It's a completely different. I will make you tandoori chicken. I will make you kebabs. We will do paneer. I can make kebabs on the grill, but I'm telling you, as someone who is good at grilling, there are differences.
Tell me.
The sustainable heat. You can have parties where you can invite like 15 people over, and we can actually cook for them all. Chicken wings, better on the grill. Naan, portable. The short answer is I don't know, but I want to try.
There we go. At least we all know that you don't know.
Yeah, because we haven't had the tandoor. How can I know? But
you're gonna make naan. All of a sudden, you're gonna become the naan.
Actually, I figured out how to make naan on the grill.
Yeah, I know. Tandoor.
Okay. Why is there a hype train right now?
All times hype train. Come on.
She can make palak paneer.
I can't. He won't eat it.
That's a separate issue, but she can make it.
Can I just tell you, Dr. K is the pickiest eater in all of mankind.
Picky eater.
It's because he was raised incorrectly, and his mom still lives with us. So going back to the original question, how do you balance the mom?
Let me ask you something, Twitch chat. Here's the real poll, okay? You can go ahead in a second, but just let me just say. Would you rather sit on the grass and eat delicious meats, or sit on beautiful patio furniture and be relaxed and have nothing to eat?
No, you can have something to eat. It just wouldn't be the meats.
No, it's just...
No, you can have something to eat that was...
If it's not the meats, it's not real food.
Oh my God, we already have a grill. You would already have that. It just maybe wouldn't be like the naan that was in the tandoor.
Okay. You wanted to talk about
tandoor. Fine,
it's
walking into
quite
this
expensive.
quagmire. But I think, okay, look, generationally, we and our parents are kind of the first round of people that are having to take care of people at the top and people, not at the bottom, but like, our parents and our kids. And it's very challenging because this is not how, maternity care or insurance, like, they're on their own insurance plan, we're on our own insurance plan. Like, our systems don't support that structure. So it's challenging. I know you like to talk about taxes as being the complicating factor, but like with the monogamy thing, right? Because it's like split resources.
I'm just quickly losing interest in. I'm just focused on sitting in the grass and eating the meats. So go for it, bro. I'm going to pay attention to the poll. You tell them whatever you want to.
All right, fine.
We can move on.
I think it's very hard when you have a generation above you trying to live with you. You just have to be clear about whose house it is and what the value systems are for that house. And that doesn't mean it has to be only your value systems or only your house. But if you're making the decisions about, I don't know, I will say that the fights will never be about, who cares about who more or less. Like, we all know that the love is there, that the intentions are good. The fights are going to be about, like, why would you put the butter in that cabinet? Why would you, like, all of my in-laws are like short little people. So what they do is they take the plates from the top cabinets and they put them in the bottom cabinets. And then I get pissed because I have to squat down to get a freaking plate because they're short. They can't reach up top. So like those small battles are what is going to be that like pisses you off more. So you have to manage that.
85%.
85%.
Thank you, Twitch chat. Bros and women out there, you came through for Dr. K. Thank you.
Am I a bro or am I a woman? Is
That's
it person women?
That's like one of those questions where there's no right answer and I'm going to get fucked no matter what I say.
Oh.
You guys want some real relationship advice? Recognize those questions. And then dodge. Dodge, like if you guys saw my daughter, she dodged. You got to learn how to dodge. Gotta level up your dodging skill and just can't get tagged by that.
Do you have top 3 relationship nuggets for people?
Relationship nugget 1, 2, and 3. Recognize trap questions and don't fucking answer them. Easy.
Okay, mine are the equality thing, the
Dodged.
5-minute rule, and the recognize that you guys need to all level up together.
Okay, we're gonna do one more question, then I think we'll, unfortunately, guys, we're gonna have to stop. So Dr. K and Mrs. K are not the heroes we deserve, but the heroes we need. HealthyGamersGG is the solution the market has been waiting for. Thank you for always being community first. Do as you oughter. I completely agree, bro. And also, I want y'all to think about this for a second. I don't think we're not the heroes that you guys don't deserve, right? You guys do deserve us. That's the whole point. Like, this whole point of what I'm saying is that you guys deserve things. You guys have value. And you deserve to be helped. And you deserve to be loved. Like, if you need us, you deserve us. That's as simple as it is. Like, I don't think that there's any difference. I think capability and responsibility are one and the same. That's what dharma is. It's our dharma to do this. And it's your dharma to help us because we can't do it on our own because we're just 2 people and we also have our own shit that we deal with. So, I mean, you say that we're the heroes that you guys need, but like, I don't think you guys get this. Like, you guys are the heroes that I need. Like, when that pole shows up 85% sitting in the grass eating meats, like, that's the hero, man. That's the real hero. Y'all are the real heroes.
Be talking about this all through this.
Like, do you guys understand what y'all have done for me?
You got him a tandoor.
We have had an argument running in this household for like a week about patio furniture. It's been longer than 2 days. We haven't even talked about it in the last 48 hours. I was thinking about ordering it last like Tuesday or Wednesday for the barbecue stream. So, don't exaggerate. And they have decided they have not left me hanging. And now I get to order it. You've sided with Dr. This makes everything that you have been indebted towards me for all of the help that I have given, it has just been repaid.
In the form of grilled meats.
In the potential of grilled meats.
Right.
Okay.
All right, Moses, what do we do now?
I think we've got one more. That wasn't really a question. Okay. I started uni and feel... Last one, okay, guys? So I started uni and feel anxious around people. That's because I sort of got bullied in my last school year. Back then, I was just shy. But now when I'm around my crush, I can't even talk, like I'm physically unable to. I feel so inept. How do I address this?
I have some thoughts.
Go for it.
Okay.
I'm just going to think about the tandoor.
So first of all, I think it helps to feel confident. So make sure you like take a shower, put on some good clothes, like feel your best when you're like in that situation. And if you can't, they get tongue-tied around this person, right? Can you go?
Yeah. They feel tongue-tied.
They feel tongue-tied. Stop feeling like you have to say something. Just have something interesting to react with.
I mean, I'd say it's like, so this is going to be the thing. Like, I'm going to talk about you, right? So I think like the issue is like, what, work on yourself, man. Like she's saying, be your best self, dress so that you feel confident. And like, do things that make you feel like you have inherent value. Like, don't let the way that you think about her control the way that you act or the way that you feel. And start to build things within yourself that lets you be able to be confident. It's not just like, just be confident, bro. It's like, have something within yourself that you can be proud of and get that sense of worth. And whether that's physically getting in shape, cleaning up your act, or, learning something cool, like just like start to appreciate yourself and then be yourself. And then if she's interested, she's interested. And if she's not, find someone who is.
But have an icebreaker too. I like what is at the top. What's at the top?
Yeah.
What's at the top?
Meats, delicious grilled meats. That's what's in the top. Like
They go.
in your belly.
What?
You felt wonderful and full of food.
Just icebreakers.
We can do this all day,
We can.
bro.
Can.
Yeah,
What's on the other side?
more meats. Why do you think? Why do you think you're gonna outmaneuver me here?
Oh, give me a chance. Give me a chance. Give me a chance. Why is it shiny?
Because of the glistening, delicious juices on the outside of the meats. That is how you know they are moist.
Why is it sad?
It's sad because a meat can only be eaten once.
Where do I sit?
Wherever the fuck you want to. It's not where you sit, it's what you eat. That's the whole fucking point. That's why we don't need patio furniture. It's your inability to understand that question. You have to understand, break free of the patio furniture. It's not about where you sit. It's about your fingers glistening with the moistness. Do you understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How does it smell?
Get thunder and you'll fucking find out.
Okay.
I'm telling you, you can't outmaneuver me here.
I'm setting you up, Ben.
You just can't. It's not gonna happen. Up top.